goodness. I don't think OBS changed my settings. Okay, well, never mind then. Hello, good people. Not exactly sure how long this stream will be, just because it's like doing busy work. I was really upset yesterday because after the stream I noticed that my alerts weren't working, or they just weren't activating. I think they're fine now, but a couple people following and made me feel bad. But yeah, as per usual. No, I need to keep this up actually. Well, my phone's right here, whatever. Daijoubu. Speaking of daijoubu. Ichi, that means one. Oh, frick, kanji? Wait, is this kanji? Yeah, this is kanji. Oh my gosh, we're finally doing kanji. Yeah, it sounds good. As far as I know. That's two. Which is correct for ichi. Each. Why did you say it?
3
Three. Ni.
2
It's two. What I like about Ni is that it's so convenient because it has 2 points here and 2 points here, or 2 lines. Vertical lines. Vertical, oh my goodness, horizontal lines. Let's select a matching pair. Each.
1
Ni.
2
Sun.
今2時ですか?
Even easy desu ka? Now? Now it's 2 o'clock. Or is it 2 o'clock now? What the heck? That's such a weird question to ask once it's translated in English. Is it 2 o'clock now? No. Why did you give me this one after? Whatever.
今
何時ですか?
What time is it?
いいえ、3時です。
No, it is 3 o'clock. There's no comma here. You guys can't see my mouse. Gosh darn it. What time is it? No. Is it just Nanji desu ka?
何時
I feel like this should be separate. Like, it should be nan and then ji, like 2 separate words. But I guess it's its own term, whatever.
ですか
It's 1 o'clock.
1
Ichiji desu.
です。
Moshiroi. Moshiroi. Kiki? Or keiki? Cake, okay.
今何時ですか?
What time is it now? I almost got that one wrong because I forgot time. Ima nanji desu ka? What time is it now? Okay. Water, mizu,
水
2, ni,
2
1 each.
1
Nice. What's really crazy is that, like, this is so context sensitive, at least when you're like trying to translate, or I guess localize would be a better word, in different languages. Because when I saw nice, I was thinking of like affirmation, like, oh, this is nice, and I was like, okay, so where's ine? But like, it actually means nice as in being a nice person or being kind-hearted, which is yasashi.
優しい
Oh yeah, it doesn't play silence now because it's too loud. There's something I do miss about doing Duolingo on my phone. It's just I don't really have to worry about the sound. It's been 15 minutes. I've only spent 3 minutes on this. Alright, okay, whatever. No, thank you. I don't really know about the what's the word? What is the word? I guess drama. I don't really know about the drama concerning Duolingo. and maybe it isn't the best for learning per se, but I do think it's very good gamification. That's actually a word. I don't know why I quoted it, but I think it does a really good job of making or gamifying the process of learning. Because I have a 25-day streak right now. I think it does a really good job of just, oh wow, you got this right. Woohoo! You like the sounds? You like the pretty lights? Do it again. Oh wow, 5 in a row. Good job, buddy. It's very easy to just feel good learning languages using Duolingo. Yeah, I don't know anything about the drama, but as a tool, it's pretty decent. But yeah, what we're doing today is a whole bunch of busy work. Because one of my professors runs a TTRPG class where he does teach he does actually teach both the history and the mechanics of the games, the tabletop games. But you also play it, and that's like a big selling point for the course. And I told him that I was going to make guides for him. It's been a couple of months and I really just need to get it done, so I'm like, okay, just stream it. So yeah, I have no idea how long this stream will actually be, because it's not necessarily anything like learning per se, but I'm just getting this out of the way. And if I still feel like streaming after this, or if I just want to move on to something else, maybe I'll start studying how to use Foundry VTT. I was supposed to open it, I forgot to. Because I used Roll20 like 2 weeks ago when I was playing D&D online for the first time. And Roll20, at least using it, like just rolling a die or whatever, it's very simple. You can actually just type in the command for rolling a die or whatever D side you want or need. It's not that's not the same thing with Foundry VPT. Like it's very intricate. I have no idea how to do anything, so I'm just going to look up stuff, see if I can figure it out, so that I can actually start running D&D campaigns for my Discord. Because I think Dungeons and Dragons is really fun. I think tabletop RPGs in general is really fun, like just playing house but with extra steps. But a lot of people don't really know how, and there's like a lot of learning curves to it. And I just want to create a space where, it's not such a megalophobic thing. Well, title. Let's call it just learning. Data worlds, what the heck? Sure. Game system, D&D 5th edition, simple world building. Can I make... I'm pretty sure I can make my own thing. Hold on. Let me close this real quick. Yeah, then it has like liminal sandbox. Is there already a set? All packages. Let me see. Foundry VTT. World of Darkness. Something I really don't like about World of Darkness is that the way I would explain it is that Dungeons and Dragons, D&D is like its own game per se, and then all of the expansions are like DLC. What I don't like about World of Darkness is that all of the expansions are different games. And so when most people say World of Darkness, I'm pretty sure that they usually would default to Vampire the Masquerade and or what is it? Hunter the... I forget. But it's either the Hunter one or maybe Werewolf the Apocalypse. Those are probably the big... No, I think those are the big three. Like, even though they have similar contexts, mechanics, and etc., they're very different in terms of, I wouldn't say overall tone, but like specific tone. specific abilities and whatnot. And so it's, I don't know, it's just weird that like it further separates its own thing. Because I really love Changeling the Dreaming, but that's one of the lesser popular ones. What is this? Manifest URL. What does that mean? I think I just downloaded something. And so, okay, so I just downloaded a JSON file. Just download a JSON file. So do I just manifest URL? Do I grab the URL of what I just downloaded? This is weird. Okay, so there's a URL on the GitHub website, and then if I put it here, I can install it. Uninstall, I feel unable to load valid world manifest data. Blah blah blah. Hold on, I wasn't done reading that. 27 compatibility errors. System, see the console F12 for more details. I don't think I will. And there's the source code. Then I just download it again if I put it in my browser. So I guess it just doesn't work. Yeah, that's definitely gonna be a doozy. System, I know for a fact I downloaded 5th edition. No background image. Next session, I don't know. Format, what? Okay. That's fine. Oh no, wow, we're like heading for. Oh. Launch world. I feel as though we've already hit a roadblock. Oh, Game Master, is that it? And everything's set up. I actually have, I think I did this last year. Yeah, I did do this last year. But I made this little scene for Foundry VTT for when I actually do, start doing these campaigns. I probably need to, definitely need to go back through them. What the heck is this? An update? Well, how do I update it? And it says return to So is it already up here? So how do I exit then? Return to setup. So just learning. Edit world. Update. Well, what do you want me to do? Tour management. I can looked at all these? Okay. How do I get to it? Okay. It's the Later's Beast. So I already have yeah, I already have most of everything finished. Yeah, attributes, abuse, abilities. What was this? Right, I made some preset characters. In case people who's like, I don't want to build a character, it's complicated. It is definitely complicated for World of Darkness. At least compared to Dungeons and Dragons, but I feel like Dungeons and Dragons, as intimidating as Dungeons and Dragons is to actually learn for the first time, it is probably one of the more accessible TTRPGs in terms of just getting started or actually learning the system. Because Pathfinder, oh my goodness, is probably better than D&D if I, gave it the chance, but man, there's a lot of learning. I guess that's just how the world works. Whatever. Okay, so Changeling the Dreaming is finished. I feel like I got fatigued or burnt out with trying to figure out Werewolf the Apocalypse, despite that being my second favorite of the settings here. So I think I'll work on... Yeah, I think I'll just work on some Vampire the Masquerade. So yeah, just Lo-fi music. Whoops. Occasional mic bumps and my soothing voice. That's what you guys get for tonight. Let me see. That's the selling pitch. Right. I already have these little... Yeah, so the table of contents is finished. Summarize the premise. Okay, yeah. Yeah, the table of contents is finished. I actually have right here what I need to work on. Character creation. Yeah, because this is actually complicated. Not complicated, I just need to... I think, man, World of Darkness. Not just World of Darkness, but especially White Wolf, the people who made World of Darkness. I do not like them. I do not like them one bit. Because they are so neglectful when it comes to actually teaching the mechanics of the game. And, some people will be all like, it's supposed to be... what's the word? It's supposed to be vague because they want you to figure it out for yourselves. And it adds so much customization. Like, no, that's not how that works. You're just making everyone confused. And you're just putting more work on the storyteller. That's what they call their DM, the storyteller. So, Vampire the Masquerade. I think I spelled that right. Character creation. And there's different additions to Vampire the Masquerade, in the same way there's different additions to D&D. I don't even think they do a good job of, I don't know, just telling you which edition a character sheet is based on. For example, like this one right here. Here we go. What edition is this? What edition is this? Is this the original edition? One of the newer editions? I think the newest edition is... It is either 5th edition or 2nd edition. But I don't know. They don't have any moniker. And I know for a fact that Changeling the Dreaming, the newer version is... What is it? Changeling the Lost? But I definitely don't like the premise of the newer version. Permission granted, yeah. Look, it's little me. Yeah, he's fine where he is.
Why hello there and welcome back to Let's make us a character. Spooky edition.
How is it spooky?
And in this episode, we'll be making a character for the most important role-playing game of the 1990s.
You guys prefer this or this?
Vampire the Masquerade.
Well, I guess I'm not here, so
which
I
did a
think
lot
this
in
one
turning design
easier
trends
to
away
see.
from the increasingly complicated way things were going to a simpler, more character and story-based approach. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go watch my review of Alien's Adventure Game or Albedo. Those should give you a good idea of where games were at and where they were going. But, on to the subject at hand, and let's make us a Vampire the Masquerade character. Character creation is a simple 5-step process with a convenient outline. First, we come up with our character concept, and let's just go with convenient outline.
Character concept, select attributes, select abilities, select advantages, last touches. I'm probably gonna nitpick a lot because there's just a lot to nitpick about this. I don't like how for every single setting, either it's Vampire the Masquerade, Changeling Dream, or Wolf the Apocalypse, Mage the Awakening, whatever, everyone uses attributes. Most people use abilities. Like, the attributes are called attributes in every single setting. But for Werewolf the Apocalypse, it's called skills and not abilities. Am I tripping? Is it actually... Yeah, it's abilities here. It's called skills in Werewolf the Apocalypse. It's just why. Just why.
Outline. First, we come up with our character concept, and let's just go with eccentric artist. Then we need to choose a clan, which is kind of like a class, except that they don't call it that. We have 7 clans to choose from: Bruja, Gangrel, Malkavian, Nosferatu, Toreador, Tremere, and Ventru. Or we could just...
So let me move this over here so I know they're separated, and then I'm going to look up the Vampire Masquerade wiki. And hopefully it gives me the... Let's go Masquerade. Whatever. What is this? It doesn't auto... I don't like Apora. Masquerade. No autocorrect for me. Wiki. How many editions? Oh, you can see my mouse on this screen, but not... It's weird. I don't know why it's like that. Oh, I think it's because this scene is using my capture card and not my actual screen capture, which is weird. Vampire the Masquerade, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 20th Anniversary Edition, and 5th Edition. Oh, that's stupid. So they just skipped 4th edition. 1, 2, 3, 25. Okay. We want to escape content. Please take a moment to find the issue. Brother. Alright. Wikis are nice. Wikis are very helpful to society. Just, I don't mind, whatever. So many lights. I need to get used to this. Start playing the music again. Dexterity, game history. You guys got mechanics? What the heck is this? I don't even know how to pronounce that. Hecate or Hecata. Vampire the Requiem? Why is it Requiem? Yeah, they don't even have a Changeling and Dreaming up here. It makes me sad. I think it's the same thing. Actual Play Chronicles. Now there's the games set in the World of Darkness were replaced by the new World of Darkness, okay. And Vampire the Masquerade was replaced by Vampire the Workroom. Although Workroom is an entirely new game, rather than a continuation from the original, it uses many elements of the original, including certain clans and disciplines. Article summarizes the revisions from original run of Vampire the Masquerade. This is what I'm saying. Like, I think Vampire the Requiem attempted to come back, or attempted to be something new, and then people was like, we don't like this. And they went back. And so, like, this is another edition. Oh my god. I just want to see mechanics. Oh, the Redditors figured this out? I wish you can zoom in a certain amount, because it's either this or that. Which one? Charisma manipulation. How did they organize this? Okay, so it actually is just explaining the mechanics. Okay, this might be a good resource. Basic mechanics. Okay, what are you talking about? Preparing your die. Add your relevant attribute plus skill. Yes, it's true. Take that number of d10s in one color. In one color. Replace the amount equal to your hunger with another color. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, bruv? 2 years ago. I don't care what anyone says, having an entire game system fit comfortably on a sheet of paper is the nicest thing about Vampire the Masquerade. Beats the hell out of D&D, that's for sure. Does it? Does it? Does it? Like, I get what bro was saying, that like you can fit all of what you have to do on a single sheet and that's it. In Dungeons and Dragons, spells alone will probably be like 5 pages at the least. But like take the number of d10s in one color, replace the amount equal to your hunger with another color. What does that even mean? How many colors do we have? 1 through 5 is a fail on a d10. 6 through 9. So, plus 2 for each pair of 10s rolled. This is actually this is a Werewolf the Apocalypse mechanic. I think it originated in Werewolf the Apocalypse. Because when you roll a 10, one on each failure, just fails. Is this like some weird mix between Vampire the Masquerade and Werewolf the Apocalypse? Anyway, what I was saying is that like there's different ways to decide on what to do once you get like a 10 on a d10, and you know, Dungeons and Dragons, it's a d20 system because you know most of the important rolls you have to use a d20, but Vampire the Masquerade, instead of rolling a single d20 and then adding your ability modifier, your ability modifier actually decides how many dice you roll in total, and then that just increases the number of successes that you can have. And so the way that World of Darkness works when trying to decide on an ability check, I don't even think that's what they call it in World of Darkness, but they have varying successes. Like in D&D, either you win it or you lose it. In Vampire the Masquerade, let's say you're trying to persuade someone to, I don't know, leave an alleyway or something because you guys are about to start a fight. You can make one singular success, but that's a marginal success. Like you just barely succeeded in convincing that guy to go. And so maybe he won't leave the alleyway. Maybe he'll just go down the street. Maybe he'll leave, but he lied and he's going to come back later. Like it's meant to be, the more successes you have, the more successful it actually is. So yeah, I think that's a very interesting system. And if you guys watch, I actually don't know how popular D&D is outside of it's not a niche, but it's like a popular niche. I don't know. But Brett Ultimus, he's making his own TT RPG, and I think it's a system like World of Darkness, but he's using D6s, which I think is nice. Test pass, D6s, test fail. Well, that's not necessarily true. 5 successes, critical, beast of failure. What does this even mean? Yeah, I'm trying to like make this guide for Vampire the Masquerade, and there's so many systems. And when I say there's so many systems, I'm not talking about a singular system. D&D has a lot of systems, but Vampire the Masquerade has too many games with the same name, and I don't know which system I'm taking from. Like, is this 5th edition? Is this 20th edition, which is actually before 5th edition? Is this 3rd edition? I don't know. I have to figure it out. I have to guess. This is annoying. This is annoying. My goodness. Equals a marginal success. Yes, for sure. Aggravated health. Okay, so this uses aggravated health too. I don't even think there's health on this sheet. It is okay. How many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 15. Okay. It's a little weird, but I get it. I'm not even gonna explain how health and damage works, because that's a hassle. But yeah, man, this is maybe like I'm really upset because I feel like what I don't like about World of Darkness is that it's a type of philosophy that I personally dislike the most when it comes to developers. Ghastly Googler. Oh whoa, hey. Hey, how are you doing? I'm trying to make a guide for the World of Darkness games, and I am crashing out, and it's actually been like 30 minutes because I was doing Duolingo. Just came and say, I appreciate you. Hi. Oh, you're from YouTube. That's nice. I don't get that many YouTube people. You follow me on YouTube? Don't tell nobody. Feeding your hurt. Temperament, yeah, sure. Is that even on here? Temperament? And this is exactly what I mean. This is a completely different system. But where do they show that? Like, hold on. Let me just see something real quick. D&D character sheet. Just real quick. Okay. I was wondering if D&D had its edition on its page. But D&D only has like 5 editions. So I guess World of Darkness does too. Like it's just a little aggravating that there's so many different systems with the same name, and it just doesn't say which one it is. was suspended by a second edition. Well, no crap. And revisited edition in 1988 or 1998. You guys want to know something funny? Hold on. It was in this Changing into Dreaming one. I think it was combat mechanics. I think it was actually above this. What was seeming again? Because I have so many just petty comments in this document. Because I'm trying to find it. Give me 1 second. Okay, yeah, this one right here. Where I'm explaining like all of the attributes, all of the abilities. I'm explaining the culture of the setting, what it means to be a changeling, you know, a type of fairy creature who has been shunted from their homeland and has to live inside a human body because that is the only way to live inside a world full of something that's toxic to your species, which is banality, or basically like human depression and stuff like that. And then of course they have magic. And after getting this far into the document, it's like, wait, but how does casting magic actually work? And I said, despite being in the year 2025 with almost three decades worth of human ingenuity since the release of this setting, the very excessive breakthrough of artificial intelligence and the collective knowledge of the internet, there is generally not a clear, consistent answer for this simple question. And this can be shared throughout all of the settings. I feel like people who play World of Darkness are like in this little club where only they know the rules and then everyone else has to join the club to figure it out. Because like it feels like, I don't know, it feels like some type of weird secret society that I'm trying to uncover and tell people. Ugh. You're from YouTube too? That's crazy. What's up? Is YouTube just more attractive? Did it pick a better thumbnail for my immaculate complexion? What's up? What's up? I'm glad you guys are here. Howard, this segment. Yeah, whatever. Man, very frustrating. Let me look up the specific editions. Vampire. I think I just put BTM. Gosh. Fat fingers. BTM. First edition character sheet. Okay, so this one actually has multiple. See it? So this is first edition. Humanity Willpower Blood Pool. Bureaucracy. Okay, I just noticed something. That's actually very helpful. So, this character sheet is very similar to, oh my goodness. Yeah, this character sheet is very similar to this character sheet for Changeling Dreaming. Because of how unpopular this setting is, that's why it's so old. And why it doesn't really, what's the word? Why it isn't that similar to Werewolf and Vampire is because they're newer editions. What the heck is this? Okay, so that's first edition. These are character sheets. I don't think they would have like the game rules anymore. Second edition. think this is, nope, it isn't. This is also old. Self-control, okay. Blood pool. Yeah, that's not complicated. That can fit on a single sheet trying to explain it to other people. Revised edition? Yeah, sure, let me look at that. Or, can I use this one? I think all this is that it's not interactive. And because it's not interactive, it'll probably be easier to load and stuff. This is kind of ugly. I'm not gonna lie, you guys regressed. So yeah, the revised edition is kind of whatever. 20th or 20th anniversary edition. You can play as an elder. I feel like a lot of people didn't like this one. Because if I remember correctly, elders are one of the more broken vampires. Or kindred, excuse me. I like the background. I don't even like this shade of green. Like I don't know, it's weird, but I like it. I don't know. It's oddly pleasing in like a weird dark way. There's so much clutter. Oh my goodness. So it's not 20th edition either. The thing is, if I really want to make this guide as accurate as possible, what the heck? Minimalist inspired design class. Why is there multiple designs? If I really want to make it as accurate as possible, then I should be using the first edition of Vampire the Masquerade, because Changeling and Dreaming, they only have 2 editions. th anniversary. 2-page, what's the difference? I think this is what we're using now. This one, 4-page official. Why is it 4 pages? Expanded backgrounds. Meh. Okay, so that's 20th anniversary edition. And this is the first edition. With part of this cut up. No, I think that's just how it is. Yeah, okay. The weird part about this is that it's just as cluttered as Vampire the Masquerade, but for some reason it doesn't feel cluttered. It feels cleaner. I need to download this so I can use that instead of this one, which is... Wait, no, this one isn't interactive. So mad. Does it have an interactive? Where's Changeling the Lost, though? With imbalance tracker. What is that? There's a Motley too. Yeah, I remember looking at that word and being confused. I think those were more changeling subspecies than I remember. I'll keep that open in case I want to download it. Yeah, it looks like 20th anniversary edition is just revised. They just made it better or cleaner. So these are Dark Ages, which I honestly don't care about. I feel like, I don't know, because I was gonna say I feel like World of Darkness is supposed to be modern or modern-ish, maybe around like 2000s. I think it's eternally modern, which isn't modern, but like just 2000s. But at the same time, I love modern D&D a lot more than fantasy D&D. Yeah. Kindred of the East. What the heck is this? Yunchi. That's nice. Or this is really cool because I don't really know how to explain it, but like this expresses a lot of world building because Changeling the Dreaming takes place in I think it's Europe. I'm pretty sure it's Europe. It takes place in Europe. But this kind of implies that further in the east the magic is just different. Or maybe just because they have different customs, they have a different way of expressing how magic works. So that's really cool. It says Wrath the Oblivion. Orpheus. Lunch of the Reckoning, I think that's the third most popular one. Demon the Fallen. Mummy. There's no Changeling the Lost? Alright, let me finish going through the werewolves. The vampires. I think we did all of yeah, we did all of 20th edition. Let's see, this males inspired. Is this what we're looking at now? I think this version is cleaner though. Clan generation, sire, desire, Clan Bane, yeah. Touchstones and conviction, chronicle tenants, discipline. The bolder text definitely helps with this one though. Backgrounds, marriage, flaws. Yep. Distinguished features, history. And this is something that I do like about World of Darkness. More than D&D, but they kind of, I wouldn't say they ruin it, but it kind of like contradicts itself. But there is so much empty space. I'm not saying this is a bad thing. There is so much empty space in this character sheet because you're supposed to write it yourself. Because World of Darkness, it has a lot more freedom in making the intricacies of the story. And I think the way I would express it is like Pathfinder. You have a lot more freedom to controlling like the mechanical intricacies of your character. Like you can choose specifically, okay, I'm a warrior, but my warrior specifically uses spears, and he's a master of spears. You know, he can use a longsword, but spears, oh my god, don't give him that. You know, World of Darkness is kind of the exact opposite, to where you can choose what type of story you want in a very specific way. But I say it contradicts itself with that because the settings of World of Darkness, the characters are so specific to their settings. Because if you play as a werewolf, then you're essentially a knight. You're essentially a knight who fights for people to, you know, stop the apocalypse from approaching. Like that's the premise of Werewolf the Apocalypse. You can't be this begrudging edgelord guy who works alone and then eventually finds family and love through his teammates. Like no, you're already there. You had your character arc. And same thing with Vampire the Masquerade to an extent. I do think because of how political Vampire the Masquerade is, like it's probably chill compared to the other two. But what I'm saying is that you already are a character in these games, and so even if you have the ability to just specifically say like, okay, but these are the specifics of my story, you're still put into a bubble. But that's just how I feel about it. Because I think VTM, or World of Darkness, is, I wouldn't say definitely not as popular as Dungeons and Dragons. But I do think, for some reason, I feel that there is the exact same amount of people who are super fixated on Dungeons and Dragons as there are people who are super fixated on World of Darkness. Like, I'm talking about the super dedicated fans. I feel like D&D and World of Darkness has the exact same amount of people who just love their RPG that much. Is this the same thing? Oh no, this is a bigger version. So this is 5th edition, the newest edition. Okay, so 20th edition is 4th edition for Changeling the Dreaming. So could I use the 20th edition of Vampire the Masquerade? But all these editions kind of suck. I'm being honest. Or at least when I look at the character sheet, well, they're not that different. Let me see. Let me move them over here. How do I? Okay. Let's see. How different is 4th edition from 5th edition? Generation is already different right there. This one is clan. No, clan is over. I hate it when they do that. Name, player, chronicle, nature, demeanor, clan concept, haven. Haven. The frick's a haven? A haven is the residence and intimate domain of a vampire where they slumber during the day and may labor during the. Why do people need to know this? Or why does it need to be on a character sheet? Why does it need to be a character sheet? You want people to put their address on here? That's crazy. Or their character's address. So what is this? This is 9 altogether. What did they lose? Generation. Generations. Sire? You guys took out Sire? What's wrong with you? So Sire in Vampire the Masquerade is it's the vampire that made you a vampire. And I think that's just really weird, because there's so much potential with being able to decide who made you a vampire and why. Because you can just decide to have like an Astarian type of character arc where, you know, you ran away from this vampire who just enslaved you or whatever, and, you know, going back and take revenge if you want to. Or you can just be like, oh no, actually I wanted to be a vampire of my own free will, and this vampire, you know, he was down with it. like a Call of the Night type character arc. But then you just you took that out for an address. I don't know. I don't know. I do not know. And over here, bureaucracy for academics. Finance, investigation, law, linguistics, medicine, occult, politics, science, and technology. These can be the same thing. These can be the same thing. Science and technology. Security, performance. Why is performance taken out? I guess performance in music. Yeah. To make it a generalization. Wait, no, this is the older version. Darn it, which one did I click on? Oh, right, I remember. This is the 20th anniversary version because of the green background. And this is the newest 5th edition version. Okay. So the talents are, it seems exactly the same. Acting. This is making me angry because why is acting on talents but music is on skills? And I know, like, they're just words, they're just semantics. You know, talent, skills, knowledges, they basically mean the same thing within the context of abilities. Just deciding what you know, but like, I don't know, that's weird because acting and music are performing arts. Why aren't they in the same category? I'm glad I'm forcing myself to do this. If you guys can't tell, I am frustrated. Like, it's not that big of a deal. I'm definitely being a little bit hyperbolic, but this is frustrating, at least to me. Intimidation, empathy. Yeah, now I think about it, these are usually like combat stuff. So why is acting in combat? So if you look at Changeling the Masquerade, Changeling the Dreaming, go ahead and full screen that real quick. Alertness, athletics, brawl, dodge, empathy, intimidation, cunning, persuasion, streetwise subterfuge. Legit. This is most combat related stuff. Brawl is fighting with your fists. Well, there's also firearms, and I think melee's over here. Yeah. But like, you know, you can intimidate people, persuade them not to fight, etc. Like, most combat stuff is over here. And I think it actually makes sense for skills to be on this side. Or, I think it makes sense for everything here to be listed as skills and not talents. Yeah, I feel like this makes more sense. I don't know. I guess this is being nitpicky. Disciplines, backgrounds. Okay, so they are fairly similar. So it doesn't really matter if I use the newer version for Vampire the Masquerade, while Changeling the Dreaming just stays in its second edition time limbo or whatever. Oh, there isn't a second page. And I do like how they explain, or they put this down here. This is one of those things, you guys can't see it. This is one of those things that you just don't know what it is if you know, if you don't know, if you don't play the game. But if you do know what this is, it's just nice that this is just a neat little reminder down there. Yeah, it's right here too. That's really nice. The one compliment after an hour. RIP, what? I like how it's age and then apparent age. I think that's really neat. I appreciate that they distinguish race and nationality. Because you can be Indian and Asian if you didn't know. Rituals. Okay, so which one is over here? Dude. I think opera is really advanced. I actually like it. I don't know, it's just a little too advanced sometimes. Where's the other stuff? Doesn't show. Yeah, they took out the little thingy right here. Performance. Yeah. Acting's not over here. Okay, so this is fine. This actually really bothers me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That has 7 health right here. But you can have up to, at least for changelings. Look at stamina. Oh, it goes all the way to 10. Okay, that's not so bad then. Wait, no, that's even worse. Because if you can just fill all of this up, then you're not even gonna have enough health for. Oh my god. Okay. Definitely this one. Let me find the. This is 20th anniversary for Changeling Dreaming, and this is 5th edition. Oh, look, it says right there. That's neat. Looks like they did that for all of them. This one is useless for me. Oh crap! Did I probably exit out. Is this it? Oh, thank God. This is a really nice it's a really nice page. I'm just gonna bookmark it real quick. Okay. Let's see for Werewolf the Apocalypse, which I hope 5th edition is just nice classic design. I'll get both of them, classic and then new design. See how they compare to one another. Well, I already don't like this. It's weird because I think it's trying to be clean and feral at the same time, and it's just not working in terms of aesthetics. But whatever. This is oh, whoops. You guys cannot see that. There we go. This is fairly similar. It probably is the same thing. Charisma, manipulation, composure, strength, intelligence, wits, resolve. All these skills, willpower and health are separate though. Where's that on here? Not Chronos, Rage. Oh, Kronos is over here. That's nice. Yeah, I might use this one instead of this, because this is actually even cleaner. Athletic sprawl, craft driving, larceny, melee stealth survive, animal can etiquette. Yeah, so this is the same thing. This is 5th edition. This one, which I don't like. I think this is the classic design. Yeah. Yeah, it's giving trying too hard with this one, because like when I see like this big bulgy werewolf whatever, I was like, okay, well it doesn't really work, and then I see like the subtle blue going down, like, okay, well, you know, it's starting to get like a little nice, and it goes back to just the dirt orange. Like it's doing too much. It's doing too much. And this is why most people wear black. I'll keep these up and I'll just download them later. So yeah, we're done here, at least. So now we can go back to finishing this video. Thanks, Lofi girl. Oh, I was gonna get down to the clans. Should probably just make a new word. There's so much white on my stream. That makes me a little sad.
Go with 7 clans to choose from: Bruja, Gangrel, Malkavian, Nosferatu, Toreador, Tremere, and Ventru.
Didn't you say 11?
Or we could just go without a clan and be a caitiff. But I'm pretty sure those are like the scrubs of the vampire world, so we're not gonna do that. There are, in fact, 13 clans total in the mythology and in later editions, because 13 is spooky. But this is the 1st edition, so we only have these 8 options. And given our character concept, the obvious choice... We only have these 8 options. And
Okay,
given our character...
he's using 1st edition. So Bruja, oh yeah, Bruja, Gangrel. I don't think that's second though. I'll rewind in a second.
Then we need to choose a clan, which is kind of like a class, except that they don't call it that. We have 7 clans to choose from: Bruja, Gangrel, Malkavian, Nosferatu, Toreador, Tremere, and Ventru. Or we could just go without a clan and be a caitiff. But I'm pretty sure those are like the scrubs of the...
What's the last one?
Toreador, Tremere, and Ventru. Or we could just go without a clan and be a caitiff. But I'm pretty sure those are like the scrubs of the vampire world, so we're not gonna do that. There are, in fact, 13 clans total in the mythology and in later editions, because 13 is spooky. But this is the 1st edition, so we only have these 8 options. And given our character concept, the obvious choice is Toreador, since...
Obvious.
Our clan determines what disciplines we can take, which we will get to in step 4, provides some general ideas of how our character should act, and gives us a weakness, in this case, becoming fixated on beautiful things to a point of becoming immobilized. Next, we choose our nature, which is the type of person we are, and demeanor, which is how we act. They are selected from the same list.
Put the Thin Bloods ahead. Because Thin Bloods are definitely more common than whatever the heck caitiff is. And thin blood vampires are, they're not necessarily half vampires, but they're like newer vampires or like unclaimed vampires, so they're definitely the weakest. But you know, that's also the most potential for like story stuff and the most potential to having its own movie. Basic clans, I'll say. What the heck? Okay, then we're gonna finish looking at this character creation.
And gives us a weakness, in this case becoming fixated on beautiful things to a point of becoming immobilized. Next we choose our nature, which is the type of person we are, and demeanor, which is how we act. They are selected from the same list, and for our nature let's take architect, which is our nature, which is the type of person we are, and demeanor, which provides some general ideas of how our character should act, and gives us a weakness, in this case becoming fixated on beautiful things to a point of becoming immobilized.
This is
Next we choose our nature, which is the type of person we are, and demeanor, which is how we act. They are selected from the same list, and for our nature let's take architect, which is the creator archetype, and allows us to regain lost willpower points by creating something of importance or lasting value, like a video about a 30-year-old role-playing game. And
so
for
it's
our demeanor,
nature.
we'll choose gallant.
So nature for Vampire the Masquerade works similarly to, what is it called? Kith? No, it's not Kith. Hold on. This is important to me. I'm gonna think about it a little too much. Is it Legacy? I think it's Legacy. Yeah, it's probably Legacy. But basically, it's like, it's not just how your character acts, or like the archetype of your character. It is also, well, you know, I guess the best way to explain it is that it's kind of like how Baldur's Gate 3 does backgrounds. So like if you have the hero background, then saving people and ending fights is how you get inspiration. It's kind of like that for all of the World of Darkness games. Well, I guess just Changeling Jamie and Vampire the Masquerade for as far as I've seen. But yeah, you get like bonuses and sometimes penalties for doing things that go with or go against the type of nature that your character is. And I think that's really cool. Doc was playing with that. That's crazy.
Because something of importance
so this isn't
or
a concept.
lasting value, like a video about a 30-year-old role-playing game. And for our demeanor, we'll choose gallant, because it just seems appropriate. Also, the demeanor has no mechanical effect and is just kind of a role-playing suggestion.
Oh, okay, so demeanor is the concept.
Our character's various statistics are measured in dots, which represent how many d10s, the best kind of dice, you roll when testing said attribute, ability, etc. So on to step 2, where we have 9 attributes in 3 categories, all of which start at 1 dot, unless you are a Nosferatu, in which case you are so ugly that you have a permanent appearance score of 0.
So unfortunate.
We start by prioritizing our attribute categories, and we will do so in the order.
I'm pretty sure I already have that in, I think it's this one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I already have that in the guide attributes. Grid creation should be clan. These are effectively subspecies. If a vampire decides what disciplines and banes, yeah, is it banes or bands? Banes are given to them as well. What clan your vampire is a part of will also influence their personality. Typically, the player is allowed to take something like that with a grain of salt. But if I was Norse or a vampire, I'd have trust issues too. That's funny. Good job, me. I forgot I was funny. I'll just have like a little note. Nosferatu. Vampires have a permanent score of 1 or 0. Is it appearance? Yeah, it's appearance. Something I do like about just the way that World of Darkness does it, is because most of your ability checks are going to be like a mixture of both your abilities and your attribute scores. So even though you have, let me see if I can get an example real quick. So even if you have a 0 appearance, if you have intimidation, or I thought it was in here. Isn't it? Oh, yeah, perception. Well, what I was gonna say is, even though you have like 0 appearance, if you max out intimidation, you still at least have a decent dice pool for, you know, intimidating or persuading people. So I do like that.
Order of social, ugly, that you have a permanent appearance score of 0.
That's still unfortunate.
We start by prioritizing our attribute categories, and we will do so in the order of social, mental, and physical, which determines how many dots we get to add to each category. So let's start with our social attributes and put 2 points each in our charisma and manipulation, and 3 in our appearance, since, as previously stated,
Toreador, we're the sexy ones.
Next, we'll put 2 points each
That's
in
cute.
perception and intelligence, and
Separated
1
too, they're
in
really
wits, and let's just go ahead and put 1 in each of our physical attributes. Now on to step 2, abilities, which once again are in 3 categories that we must prioritize, so let's go with skills, talents, and then knowledge. The order once again determines how many dots we get for each category. So let's start with skills and put 3 dots each in etiquette, music, and stealth, 2 in melee, and 1 in drive and security. Then talents, and we'll put 3 in empathy, 2 in alertness and subterfuge, and 1 in dodge and leadership. And finally knowledge, and we'll put 3 in occult, and 1 each in computers and linguistics. Now on to step 4, advantages, which we do not need to prioritize because they each have a set number of dots. Disciplines are basically our vampire superpowers, and as a Toreador,
Gotta write that down. Advantages have a set number of dots. Disciplines. Backgrounds. Virtues. 7. Okay.
we gain access to the Auspex, Celerity, and Presence disciplines. For each dot that we put into a discipline, we gain either a new power.
I need to look this up, the disciplines.
Or an enhancement of a
The
base
Celerity.
power. So let's put 1 dot in Auspex, which gives us heightened senses, and 2 in Presence, which just kind of makes us extra sexy. Next is background, of which we have 10 to choose from, so let's take allies at 1
There's
dot
10
and
backgrounds. This is so much simpler than Changeling Dreaming. Just 10, that's so nice. Something I was gonna say, I do like, so like, there's only 3 points, right? Okay, so this one is 5. Okay, so maybe it's actually you can choose as many disciplines as you're able to make. But I was gonna say it's actually really nice that, you know, there's only a set number of disciplines, and you just rock with those disciplines for the rest of your character's career. I wonder if World of Darkness uses the term career, because I know that's what you say in D&D. What was I about to write down? Backgrounds. Okay. Actually, I could just. My computer's gonna freeze for just a second. Okay. These are backgrounds. That way I don't have to type it. I'm gonna have to type it anyway. But I don't have to type it the first time. We could go with the text. Make sure there's stuff after so I can click on it. Okay.
Resources and status at 2 dots each. And finally, virtues, which, like attributes, all start at 1 dot, to which we will add 3 to our conscience and 2 each to self-control and courage. And finally, on to step 5, where we determine our humanity.
Do they have to be? Oh, okay. So this is already filled out: conscious, self-control, and courage. So like those are just what those are. Virtues. And then you have 7 points. They all start at 1. That's really nice. Seven dots to spend. I guess conscience is just what you use to not go feral, but then here self-control is all like actually. That's another thing. I feel like a lot of things in World of Darkness just overlap with each other. Because like we saw science and technology. Like linguistics and politics. Like, what does linguistics really matter? I know like there's probably something very specific about linguistics within the context of the game, but still. Linguistics. What does linguistics do? Additional languages as they advance. Okay, so that's what they just call languages. That's not what linguistics mean, though.
That's extra sexy.
Let me make sure I'm not tripping.
Next is background, of which we have 10 to choose from. So let's take allies at 1 dot and resources and status at 2 dots each. And finally, virtues, which like attributes all start at 1 dot, to which we will add 3 to our conscience and 2 each to self-control and courage. And finally, on to step 5, where we determine our humanity, which is, you know, how human we are versus our primal vampire bestial nature, and is equal to our conscience plus self-control, and our willpower, which is equal to our courage.
Just courage? That's crazy. Like, I would... Dang. Just courage? That's crazy. I would have added wits to that. Maybe you do add something to that. That's really crazy. What is this? What is this called? Is it just health? Other traits? I think these are technically still advantages. Whatever. Humanity. Conscience plus self-control. Power equals courage. Let me make sure that's the same way as this. It's just gone. It's just gone. I'm pretty sure that I think we figured out that this was 5th edition. Health, willpower, humanity, hunger, blood potency. Power resonance. These supposed to be in advantages. Whatever.
We also start off with 1d10 points in our blood pool, which are the points that we get from drinking blood, because we are a vampire, and that we have to spend to heal,
you actually roll?
Disciplines.
That sucks. I hate doing that. So I just... D10 equals blood pool.
And just kind of exist as a vampire. And after that, we get 15 freebie points, which we can spend on whatever we want at varying costs. So let's spend 4
That's that thing
to
at
increase
the
our
very
willpower
bottom right
because
here.
it is very important, particularly at resisting
Freebie points,
our
or these are
weakness.
how you distribute your
Then
points throughout the
7
entire
to
sheet.
put an extra dot in Auspex, which lets us now see auras. Then 2 for an extra dot in leadership, and the last 2 for a dot in self-control, which also ups our humanity. Then we fill in our generation, which is the number of steps we are removed from the first vampire, who in this mythology is the biblical Cain, which is 13 by default because, as previously stated, 13, it's spooky. We could have spent background points to be an earlier generation, but that really just gives you a bigger blood pool unless you want to spend 4 or 5 dots on it. Then we choose our haven, which is a fancy way of saying where we live, which is of course our art studio, which is of course what we call our modest apartment. We also have the option of specifying a specialty for each attribute or ability in which we have 3 or more dots. Then we just need to pick a name, and this character is done. And that was a Vampire the Masquerade character. A much simpler experience compared to a lot of what was going on at the time, and with a much stronger focus on character over numbers. Like, to the point of taking
character
into
over
account
numbers.
the
That's what
difference
Vampire the
between a
Masquerade
character's
is,
true
or
nature
World of
and
Darkness
the way
is.
they present themselves. And there are other games in the same setting that let you play as werewolves, fae, mummies, or, unofficially, gargoyles.
Unofficially.
But they are all pretty similar, so I probably won't be covering...
But yeah, Dungeons and Dragons will be like a nice middle ground between both of those aspects. Pathfinder, from what I've heard, is definitely points over character, and then Vampire the Masquerade is character over points.
Unless this video does, like, really well. And if you would like more information on Vampire the Masquerade, watch
this one. Yeah. Also have to look up 5th edition to see what changes with it. They call it version 5. Oh, she already has version 5. 6 years ago, 6 years ago. What the heck is this? Strange Adventures. You don't autoplay it? This one's autoplay. 1 year ago. This is the newest one? So I don't mean to, like... I'm gonna say something a little bit out of pocket. And I definitely don't mean this in a bad way, but I didn't, do women just like, Vampire the Masquerade? Is that out of pocket? I don't think it is. It's definitely something that's, like, easy to notice. And I think that's just how it is. At least, like, I don't really know how to explain it, like, in general. Because there definitely are some groups that are just more, that just has more presence on the internet, and you don't really see other groups unless you just have that in, like, your circle, if that makes sense. Yeah. And so I'm just saying it's definitely surprising that the first 4 videos were from women. Obviously not a bad thing. It's just surprising. What kind of text editor? Oh, and they have like they have an online character creator. That's really neat. I gotta turn her up.
So Willard is this really creative.
Okay, I don't have music playing. Content character creation. This is 5th edition. Quick reference. I'm gonna skim the video. I'm so sorry. Skills. Oh wow, she actually goes through the PDF. That's so nice. Oh, yeah, I remember this. Jack of all trades, balance, and specialist. That's one of the ways that you can play it. In the same way, I'm assuming I'm talking to people who know it, who know how to play D&D. But in the same way that you got the point buy system to where you can choose which ability scores you want to increase, yourself, or you can use point array, which is an already preset amount of where to spend those ability points. And it looks like they have like their own little thing. Jack of all trades, balance, and specialist. You can either do that or do the what is it, 753?
Buford. And so, in a feeding frenzy, is a rating of 5.
Strength, charisma.
So you can really kind of get an idea for what they think that these attributes would manifest as. So we have attributes.
They did change the
Next,
attributes.
we're gonna go to skills, and there's a lot more
This
skills than
is-
attributes. And there's several different skill distributions. I went with
Yeah, this is 5th edition. Okay.
because I think because of the med school, I think once again he's just very in-person friends. So I think that's a super bummer for the. Obviously, I really want a familiar useful, and the other specialty, a ghoul. You can spend dots in different ways. A lot of one.
Looks like she goes into a lot of
concept for
detail.
Trying to.
But it is a long video.
Hello
This is a long
everyone, this is
video.
Outstar and welcome to another Vampire the Masquerade related video that you will absolutely need and
Version
when you
5.
remember Bloodlines 1 for example. So let's say Brenda
There's
Adams
so
is going
much.
to be a burlesque dancer because that really fits the Toreadors and I think it will
Burlesque?
also fit some other
I like
things
that
we can
movie.
add in there.
Or maybe I just like the theme
Minuses
song.
with some additional advantages or with some flaws that are added from a squat and you are
Now
only
that I think about it, maybe this kind of reminds me when I realized that like the LGBT community really loved Dragon Age Inquisition. And the way that happened is that I played Dragon Age Inquisition myself. I was like, oh wow, this is a really good game. I like it. And then like a couple years later, when I get on like Twitter and stuff, there's like a lot of LGBT people that I follow just reposting Dragon Age and stuff like, wow, do LGBT people just really love Dragon Age Inquisition? I thought about it, like, I guess it makes sense that they would really love it. But like I'm kind of having like the same reaction here. To where like, wait, I think it just makes sense that
only feeding from
women will
seduce
feel
people
particular
through
to
her
Vampire the
performance
Masquerade, at least compared to
way, and then
D&D,
we're going
because
to feel the sheets
unfortunately, at least
accordingly.
early
So
on,
first of
D&D
all,
was
we are picking
very
one of
not
the
just
specialties
sexist,
for
but
that.
I
So
wouldn't
it's
say
either
xenophobic in particular, but
persuasion or subterfuge.
what
I
is
think I'll
specifically I'm
go
trying to
more
say?
flirty than persuasive, so I'm going to go
Let's just
with
default to sexist.
subterfuge,
Like
and I'm
D&D
going
was
to
definitely a little
update here, and we
sexist,
have to specify
in terms of
exactly
women
what we're
joining
adding together, so that's
tables
fine.
and stuff,
Well,
and
she
not
has to be
D&D.
at
It's
least a
well,
bit
actually one of
persuasive
the
because
creators
she'll
was
seduce
definitely
you
sexist.
based on her charisma.
I remember
So
learning that in my RPG class, but not necessarily the game itself, just the community and the tables that were created around D&D.
I think
So yeah,
close.
I
Or
can
maybe
definitely
write
see that now.
dancing. So whenever she will be dancing, maybe even when she's not performing, she'll be dancing in the club. She will get the bonus dice for that, leaving her with
Skill.
5 dice in performance, which is super high. We can pick any. I would say as a siren, whenever she's
You
treating
can pick
herself,
the,
whenever she's taking the clothes off, she's
disciplines.
actually getting
But
some additional
I
dice.
think I wrote
That's
down
actually
that there's
great.
10.
Again, it can
Like I'm not
work
confused on
both
that,
on
am I?
stage and in the bedroom. And additionally, we can
What'd
pick
you say?
a free specialty for one
did I roll?
skill of our choice. Seduction for persuasion.
Is this the
will be
old
also
version of
pretty
YouTube?
useful.
And I'm kind of
So whether
mad.
she's going to try the persuasion or subterfuge route when she is trying to seduce
No, those are
someone,
backgrounds.
it is always going to give her additional dice. So now it is time for the disciplines. We got this 1 dot in presence from our Siren Predator type, so this is already what we have. And additionally, we can assign 3 dots among 2 of his CV
I need to look
when
at
you
the
are fighting are somehow
I need to look at the
important
rulebook to see
somewhere.
which
Doing
clans
yeah,
give what
these are
abilities.
going to be important because we will discipline that's required.
I think I got everything I need to know from these videos.
And one that I really want to.
I think I'm done here with these. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now, what do I need to do? The PDFs. Give me 1 second. I must have finished. Unfortunately, I thought I downloaded a PDF of the rulebook. Apparently I don't have them. Or maybe I put them somewhere else on my computer. Let me look at both of them. Okay. I'll just download it. It's a PDF for the book itself and not just a PDF. Or there's a wiki for the book itself, not a PDF for the book. That's crazy. I doubt this is the one the class is supposed to be using. Alright, table of contents, I'm tripping. Let's see if it is accurate. Legacies. Oh, sick. Let me make sure. Seeming 133. House. Okay, so it is different. Escape. Which window was I just on? I think it was this one. I'm buying that LOL. Is there a download button? For seeming? Melee weapons. It's definitely not it. Remember melee weapons being in like 250 or something. Yeah, when I said I worked on this, I worked on this. Yeah, 259. Storytelling, What? Is it on my laptop? Oh, it's right. Yeah, maybe the PDF I have is just on my laptop. Let me check the first edition. I feel like this is right. You got a preview, my guy? think this is it. No, 249 is probably 251. Yep, okay, sick. Let me download this real quick. And this is first edition. I gotta... Changing the Dreaming. First edition. This is for educational purposes, like literally. I'm actually very serious. It is for educational purposes. Are these the same book though? Let's see what's on page 100. You can do it. Red caps, that's so funny. That is different. What did move? Why? Trolls? I like how... I just like how different this is. Hold on. I just like how different this is. For red caps, you know, you see this. You see this. But then the other version of red cap is this. I just think that's really neat. Because I do feel like they have the same type of energy. Like this little troublemaker. And then satyrs. Yeah, satyrs get down. Satyrs get down. Okay, so I do have the rulebook for at least Changeling Dreaming. And the cheap viewers on streamo.com, no way. What kind of name is that? Tormented? I hope the bots aren't giving you lurkers too bad of a time. I appreciate you guys looking though. So I need the rulebook for... I don't care not to care about the differences of the books, because there's literally only two. It doesn't matter. I doubt they're that different. So, Vampire the Masquerade. I need one for 5th edition. I actually do feel like this is it. Content warning, that's crazy. I don't like this book inside of... What the heck? Why did it skip to 100? Yeah, I was gonna say I don't like this book inside a book aesthetic. Makes me angry. And they just keep doing it. Kindred Society. Plans, bruh. Okay. And I would assume they're all fairly similar, the books or the core books. Let me double check just in case. Vampire the Masquerade. 20th anniversary edition. 35th, whatever. Oh, I went to something else. If there's someone in Twitch, I would appreciate if you guys could do me, if one of you could do me a favor. If there's someone lurking in Twitch, would you mind going to the channel points? And it's okay if you're too shy, it's fine. But would anyone mind going to the channel points and redeeming first? Because I really need to see if that works. I could do it myself, but that would just take it away from other people. If no one does it, I'll do it in like 20 minutes. Because I do want to see if that works. Because my alerts have not been working, that makes me sad. Assamite? What the heck is that? This is really slow. Anyway. 528 pages, 430. This definitely has a, or should have a table of contents. It's so slow, I can't deal with that. It's still slow, oh my goodness. I thought it was because I didn't download it. Is that just Opera GX? Is this GX? It is. Okay, yeah, Firefox got me, hold on. I just want to see if two concepts are the same thing. So I need to find a table of contents for both. This is a really cute design. I just want you guys to appreciate this. This is a really cute design. Oh my goodness. Let me zoom in. Okay. Let's go to 1. Let's look at Tremere. So this is on 93. So you do get disciplines based on... Okay, that's nice. Or that's nice to know. So where's the table of contents for this? Sex and clans 37. Yep, you guys have all of them? Other dances are... Oh, okay. I was wondering. Hunters, werewolves, magi, the wild ones, ghosts, no changeling. No changeling. Where's Tremere? Wait, just... Okay, here it is. It goes over them. Okay, and it does explain them over here. So we need to find Tremere's. Wait, am I tripping? Because I think I looked up clans, but I really need to look up something else. Okay, what else? Oh, it's down here. They're not even vampires. Here we go. Okay, page 76, just in case for some reason it takes me off. Okay, sick. Nickname Warlocks, that's so funny. Warlock sect. Clan Tremere considers itself one of the pillars of the Camarilla, or Camarilla. It is rumored that they once performed the ritual that all but eradicated those clan not loyal to the Ivory Tower. That is crazy. Okay, and stereotypes is just what they think of other clans. Haven, many Tremere rely on central chantry. The clan maintains in cities where it has a noble presence. More solitary warlocks develop private havens with all the trappings of one might expect from Background, the Tremere draw from a fairly narrow pool of potential acolytes. Those who have awareness of the supernatural. Aspects dominate thaumaturgy. Okay, so the clan does decide what disciplines you have, and it's just 3 disciplines, period. Weakness tremor dependency on blood is even more pronounced than that of other kindred. It takes only 2 draughts of another vampire's blood for a tremor to become bloodbound instead of the normal 3. What? First drink counts as if the tremor had taken 2 drinks. What else are you doing? Organization, summer. I'm trying to look for mechanics. Okay, so it's just a discipline. That's all you have. No bane? So no bane? So no bane? This is the first thing they show on this one. Aspects celerity already different. In presence? Yeah, these are definitely different ones. Am I still on tremor for both of them? You just give like 1,000. Okay, here it is, tremor. Tremor. This one seems a bit more. Oh my god, this one seems a bit more. How do I say? A bit more pronounced. Let me see if I can. Huh? Oh, Kugnar the Rogue. Thank you. So it doesn't work. Or did it work? Oh, thanks for the follow the other day. My alerts wasn't on. I know that I can't hear the alerts for channel points. But I do hope it works. I definitely did not notice it at all. But yeah, appreciate that. I think it worked. Okay, cool. You heard a sound and saw a thing. Okay, that's great. That makes me happy. I don't know why, but my alerts weren't working yesterday. I have to refresh it. I need to look at the disciplines. Oh yeah, and I'm so used to looking at OBS for my chat, but the chat for OBS is based off Restream, not Twitch, which allows me to see both Twitch and YouTube comments. But it doesn't allow me to see like Twitch notifications, so I can't see alerts or channel point stuff, which is why I have my phone over here. Yeah, I really appreciate that. Aspects, thaumaturgy, and oh my god, it is different. That's so annoying. And this one has a bane, which if that's the case, then I would probably have to use this one. Because changelings have quests and banes also. What's this thing like? Skipped ahead a whole bunch. I can't even zoom in all the way for this. Oh, did they use tarot cards? That's so cool. They just changed the name for him. Actually, I can figure this out. Vampire Masquerade disciplines. Maybe I should put up. No, if I put the alerts on output, I think it would mess with the desktop audio too. So that's why I did that. Oh my goodness. And I can't hear this. The alert did play though. I could have sworn I heard it. Oh my goodness. I have no idea how to pronounce your name. I am so sorry. But BMG, thank you so much for being my very first subscriber. I appreciate that. How are you doing tonight? Yeah, I'm so glad I looked at my phone because I definitely can't see that on restream. Animalism, aspects, blood, sorcery, celerity, dominate, fortitude, escape. There's just no thaumaturge. This is definitely for one of the editions. But which edition is this? I'm pretty sure it's... I wish they would just say it. I guess this is probably 5th edition. That makes sense. So I need to look for 4th edition. Same thing, huh? Should probably look at that. Leave me alone. That's my... Okay, so they just show it right here. Tremor. Aspects dominate thaumaturge. This one had a different one, I think. Why are all... Why did I look at 3 different types of discipline and they're all 3 different things? I know it is dominate. Okay. I'm not as angry. I'm still pretty upset. But which edition is this? Fifth edition, okay. This is 5th edition. This is an older edition? No. This is the edition that actually works. No. The aspects dominate in blood sorcery for tremor. Okay. Oh cool, Lord of Goblins got a new comic. Okay, so this is the one we're using. Get out of here, 2nd edition. Okay, how can I download this? Really in the back of my computer, hold on. I'm a very paranoid boy. Because I have so much stuff on my computer. And when I say just a lot of stuff, I don't even mean like just downloading things and not organizing it. But I have years worth of stuff on my computer. So I'm very particular about it, like getting viruses and things of that nature. So I'll always make it a point to try to restore everything at least once a month. Not restore everything, to create restore points at least once a month. I do that for both Windows and GitHub for a lot of my stuff. Just in case. I don't think there will be a virus, but just in case there is. But yeah, we're figuring out a lot. Chllin Dreaming only has 2 editions that we really care about. But yeah, we're figuring out a lot. Chllin Dreaming only has 2 editions that we really care about. Which is just the 1st edition and the 2nd edition, or the 20th anniversary edition. Vampire the Masquerade has 5 in total. And we're gonna be broadcast you were watching ended, huh? I don't think I ended. Yeah, no, I'm good. Zero drop frames almost at 2 hours. Maybe just creating the restore point did something. I doubt it. Yeah, I'm still alive. But my phone. Yeah, I'm still alive. Don't scare me like that. Google Pixel 9, I think. I got signed in anyway. That was a waste of time. But this is 5th edition. You guys can't see it right now. I'm still looking at it. I'm tired of these websites. It's all like, all you gotta do is just sign up. You can download for free. And you sign up, you can't download it for free. Now I have trust issues. It's probably something I have to do offline, or when I'm not streaming it. But yeah, I'm gonna use this PDF to reference the. Why did that look like some provocative down there? But yeah, I'm gonna use this PDF to reference the stuff in this little guide. Which was Vampire the Masquerade. Which sucks, because all of this is already right there. Or actually, maybe 173, that's ambitions. What happens if I go to 173? Who the heck are you? You should be, what was I just looking at? Ambitions. These are the attributes. So it isn't the same thing, unless I just need to go forward a bit. Ambition and desire. Was it just 2 pages off? It's 2 pages. Oh, no, it's right here. I'm tripping. 73. Let's go to page 65. Clans. To 115. It looks like it's just 1 page off. So that's great. I can use this. I just need to download at a different time. Rules? Wow, you guys have a rule section? No way. Explain successes over here. Alright, just grab this. Put it at the very top. I think a gnat feeling my milk. It's aggravating. I'm gonna go ahead and take a picture of this. I guess you guys can look at this one. I can put these right here and just organize it later. Need to make sure I give it an outline. Can I give it an outline? Whatever. Move text, move text. All image options. I just want to give it a border. Why am I this person? I can't give it a border. I guess I'm too used to Word. Outside or center of darkness, I may just taste it. Introduce unique stats in this category. We need some more homework. Search for miscellaneous things that are still important to know, but mostly comes to can't make a premise for the masquerade right now. Secure description. Chronicle. Vision. Wasn't this demeanor? Let me put this on this side. This is actually what I'm editing. What's his demeanor? Okay, yeah, so he was doing first edition. So ambition, similar to concept. This flavor has no bearing whatsoever. I guess it doesn't really matter what it was called in the first game, but I feel like it's important for some reason. V1. Let me make sure I'm looking. Fifth edition. Name, concept, chronicle, edition, desire, predator, clan, and generation, sire. Okay. Isn't that clans? I guess it's both. I think bonuses and penalties is better. Because buffs and debuffs kind of express temporary stuff. Just some other stuff about the other clans. How did I do this for Werewolf? I just feel like I expressed this pretty well. Okay, I listed it like this. Okay. I need to do something similar. I'll make a picture. because I think that's actually better than like just copying and pasting it. Because if I do that, I'm gonna think that I finished it or something. I think it'll be good right here. Characters' age coincidentally tells how powerful they are and what disciplines they'll be able to have, as well as their weaknesses. Mental health of your storyteller. Remember that this is not recommended to. It is recommended not to play a generation that's past 3. Should probably be up here with clans. They call it 5th edition of version 5. So that's 5th edition right here. Speller definitely did. Whoops. First edition has a default of generation 13. Generation that is. You know, it's kind of ugly. Character creation. Doesn't need 4 asterisks anymore. It can just be 1. Because now all I gotta do is just look at the clans. Oh, I guess I would also have to look at the predators too. See their bonuses and penalties. Okay, so just 2 then. Attributes. Attributes in this category will start at 1, and this bonus is entirely. I was incorrect on that. Maybe it was true in first edition. I don't think I ever capitalized dot in this document. Decide which groups will. Attributes start from 0, but like with the abilities start from 0, but like attributes decide which categories, talents, skills, and knowledges will have 13, 9, or 5 dots to freely distribute among age abilities. What the heck? Need another note. Say. What was I about to say? I don't feel like it was that. Oh, right. Just so I won't forget again. I think that's how this works. So I know I'm supposed to look at it later. This is fine. Because all I really want to do here is just put a visual example, so I don't really need to do much. This character creation, I'll add one more asterisk. Oof. Health. Composure plus to resolve, we will do that. Humanity? Yeah, I was definitely looking at a different event. Wait, no, this is first edition. Okay, you guys can't see the word, but oh, man, this is first edition. What the guy was explaining. Looks like it's 5th edition. Goodness level is derived from their stamina plus 3. Okay, sick. Just double checking. Willpower. Willpower is a tracker with both the maximum rating and temporary amount of points to use. Composure plus resolve. Humanity. What the heck is the beast? Most vampires will begin to drop in humanity over time with Neil. I don't know why, but this feels derogatory. Humanity 5. A vampire player character will start at humanity 7 unless particular circumstances, such as predator types. Kindred are monsters, regardless of their rating. Even the most sanity and highest of humanity vampires can be morally corrupt. As the humanity rating changes over the course of time, it's important to keep track of the changes that will occur. The rating deteriorates over time in connections. Actually, I can get this whole thing real quick. Humanity. I'll put it above. Oh crap. Tripping. Part appetite, part lust, and part addiction. Vampire must hundreds of drive vampires to feed. Neighborhoods of every other drive, urge, and pleasure. Hunger cost to vampires, constantly whispering and screaming an equal measure of his need and desire for blood. Mechanically, hunters is used to play out the drama. Vampires struggle against the. Dang, is this loud? No? Okay. Struggles against the beast. What the heck is that? by adding extra risk and difficulty to actions such as using displacement skills, meaning superficial and aggravated damage, temporarily simulating the human condition with blush of life. What? Hunger is measured in levels range from 0 to 5. Vampire with hunger of 0 sated. And not currently under, so it's beast. Ravenous can barely think of anything except their next drink. And are at critical risk of frenzy. Okay. The messy critical. It's so funny. A pool containing hunger die can incur unintended effects such as messy critical. A critical win in which one or more tends to appear on a hunger die is a messy critical. The character sees as in a regular critical, but it was the beast win. Perhaps not the characters. This can have a variety of results, including but not limited to acts causing humanity stains, masquerade breaches, compulsions. It's funny. I definitely need to look up the culture of the kindred, Vampire the Masquerade, because just looking at the term masquerade, obviously it means like the vampires are living among civilization and they just need to keep that charade. Like, okay, you can feed, you can do all this, you can be a vampire, but you just can't let people know about it. So I wonder, like, about all the implications of the masquerade, not just, you know, the surface level stuff. Is this like the Beast of Darkness from Berserk? I'm pretty sure Berserk came out just before Vampire the Masquerade. I wonder if there's any correlation between the two. Dang, aggravated damage? Just so it's easier to take a picture of this. I think this is fine. I'm gonna add in stuff later. So yeah, my phone disconnected from the stream earlier, and I wonder. There we go. Right, I'm different. And I wonder if that's just my phone being weird, or if that's because my phone uses Wi-Fi. And if that's the case, I do wonder if my bitrate is too high, because I do want to, you know, look out for the people with not the greatest internet, because that was definitely me like a week ago. So I hope everyone is able to keep up with the stream. I was just about to put this hunger. Right. Did I copy it? Just in case I didn't and something crazy was about to pop up. Oof, big boy. Oof, small boy. I think that's fine. Okay. It's hunger, blood, potency. We'll text this. Its blood thickens from age with the boundaries of the generation's limit. While the stronger they become with age, there is a downside. It will take more blood to satisfy the vampire. Every 100 years is crazy. I wonder if there's like a potency cap. Because, you know, this basically just means, like, as more versions are created, first generation vampires are just going to be even stronger. And I wonder if there's just a limit. Like, at some point in time, Generation 3 vampires will be just as strong as Generation 1. I don't know. Okay. How thick is this? Oh, this is just stuff to look at. To make sure I did this. Predator. Plans. It's in vain. I should underline this. I feel like that's important enough. Blood surge. It's blood surge. Make a arouse check. Make a arouse check. What are these terms? What are these words you're saying to me? I gained a 2 dice bonus for using disciplines. Bane severity is 4. That's crazy. So yeah, the stronger you get, the stronger you are. Well, obviously. So the more blood poison you have, the stronger you get. But okay, so I actually did translate those mechanics really well. The beckoning. Not intended for player characters is crazy. That's the other point. Potency information is included for the storyteller. How do I write that? So it looks like blood potency is directly tied to the generation. I would have to double check this. Oh, you can't create blood bonds at 0 potency? Oh, poor thin bloods. So it's all superficial damage, nothing greater than that. I guess it's the same system to Changeling the Dreaming. And in Changeling the Dreaming, it's blunt damage, lethal damage, and then aggravated damage. So there's 3 levels of damage, so to speak. So it looks like they're doing the same thing. Superficial damage, probably just like a minor scrape, maybe a bruise or whatever. And then lethal damage is like actually getting impaled, etc., etc. And then aggravated damage is just another level. I think it would be better if I actually write this instead of just copying it. And it is 5th edition too. Alright. Maybe 0. definitely gotta explain Blood Surge. Let me finish this actually. So if you're thin blood, you just don't get frenzy. That's actually pretty helpful. Return in sunlight. This one doesn't have browse checks. Or the first one doesn't have browse checks. Make sure I got everything. Yeah. When making a rouse check for a level 1 discipline, they can roll once if they fail. This one is 2. Why is this one whatever? Blood Surge 2 superficial. Animal and bagged blood, slake half as less. What? What does slake mean? Basically just saying you can't live off of animal blood. Or probably not even like medical blood that they keep in packs. Like you would have to get it from a person. That's cool. Pain severity is 3. Streaming for almost 3 hours. That's a good time. I might stream for 5, but I'll definitely try for at least 4. Because, man, I really want to get Founder VTT out the way, but I really don't feel like doing it either. Maybe it might be easier than this. I'm not sure. It's so stiff. Blood slake sloth. I guess slake is a weird way of saying satiate. What does less even mean? I know what it means, but what is it in this context? How much less is less? And then 5, the last one. You must drain, like actually kill someone? That's crazy. Yeah. I'll fix it later. Two dice bonus, Bane severity is 4. That's a lot. Other stuff, my goodness. You know, that's definitely a lot, huh? Look at Blood Surge and all this other stuff. Kindred are able to buff one attribute stat for one single roll of the die by making a Rallis check. Okay. The amount increased is determined by their blood potency. The dice adding through a Blood Surge remain during any willpower rerolls used. Blood Surge can only be used once per roll. It can only be used for willpower and humanity tracker rolls, or any other rolls that apply to more than one scene. It is determined by the storyteller if there are other cases where human blood cannot be used, but the storyteller should not take half or automatic wins to roll. Okay. To make it its own thing, because this is important. I already got this. I'll keep this for later. If I feel like doing this later tonight, then I'll just have it. If not, I'll just do it the next time I... Whoops. Don't know what I just clicked. Copy. Okay. Disciplines. Frenzy is a moment the beast takes control. What the heck's the beast? This one first. One of the primary themes of Vampire the Masquerade is keeping the beast at bay. Okay, so it's a concept thing. Speaking of release dates, I've said on stream a couple of times that I watch Epic Name Bro. He hasn't been streaming in a very long while. Might even want to check. Like, I don't care that much. But he hasn't streamed in a very long while, and it's because he's been working on his indie project, Radix Chronicles. And I actually got an email yesterday saying that it's close. Like, it's very close. The game's done. Steam just greenlighted it, and you know, because of my background, I'm gonna get my code soon, and that's just really nice. Cause like definitely for the past 2 months at least, I was like, I wonder how far EMB is with this game. I hope he's doing well. And then I just got the email. Oh, cool, he's finished. That's nice. I'm so happy for him. Yeah, just some good news for the night. Who's looking up release date, right? 1991. Berserk. What the heck? I'm just curious. 1990. Okay, then it probably doesn't have a correlation. Because you know, this released 1 year before, it was probably in development for even longer. And it did take a while before the Beast of Darkness concept was actually introduced. So yeah. I wonder if Vampire the Masquerade came out, and then somewhere along the lines, Miura is like, oh, that's a cool concept, I'll use that. Or maybe it's one of those things where someone else was inspired by it, and then he got inspired by that, blah blah blah. It wasn't finished. Many kindred believe that the moment they are embraced is when the beast grows. For fledglings, it's often a feeling of having lost a vital part of themselves and replaced with something indescribable and lingering. The beast is a constant reminder of the tainted vampiric blood that now runs within them. The beast lurks within a consciousness of vampires, reminding them of the endless hunger and lust to devour more. There are many disciplines and lore sheets that help restrain the beast, but the beast However, the best tool to fight against it is touchstones. Okay, so like people. These help ground the kindred and keep them connected to their humanity while chaining the beast. So touchstones, and well, I guess touchstone doesn't have to be people, but as I said, it's something that keeps you sane, and it could be like a loved one that, you know, just reminds you like, okay, I gotta not break the masquerade because I love that person and they're probably gonna miss me, or I don't want to hurt them, etc., etc. But it could probably be something like just a keepsake, maybe a pendant from a deceased family member or whatever. Definitely getting tired though. Okay, so the beast is just a concept. I should probably put this in there too. There's a moment the beast takes control, an experience where all rationale of thought and reasoning disappear as they are driven solely by rage, hunger, or fear. During this moment, vampire will do whatever it takes to reach their end goal. Be it draining someone they loved, or tearing them to shreds, Unlike the other quirks of blood, frenzy is never subtle. To resist the frenzy, a vampire must make a willpower test against the difficulty set by the storyteller. Ooh. The pool is composed of their unspent willpower and a third of their humanity. Oh my god. It's a really low pool. Rounded down is crazy. Oh no, I just feel like that's such a petty thing. I mean, it's not petty. Like, typically rounding something down is a lot more fair in terms of mechanics. But it's just always funny seeing rounded down in like the context of the mechanics, because it just feels petty. It's just funny. Ride the wave. The character decides to give in to the beast. That's crazy. Rather than make a test, the storyteller should allow the player to play out this frenzy themselves, while still abiding by the rules of the frenzy itself, such as allowing them to decide who they feed upon first. Okay. That's nice. I'm pretty sure this was taken from the book, but it's nice that they have it there. I mean I'll take a picture of this. And there's types of frenzies too. Pretty. Anything else? The blood potencies, disciplines. This is not 5th edition. It is? Oh my goodness. Okay, I already has it. I guess it would make sense that the disciplines overlap for the clans. So, disciplines, oh my goodness. Do I have that character sheet? There we go. Chronicles, tenants, touchstones, convictions, clan bane. My god. I don't have to worry about the clan bane because it's just tied to the clan, obviously. They don't have a quest, I just noticed that. Vampire the Masquerade, touchstones. And conviction, sure. Masterless, no way. 1 year ago, I always struggle to put convictions into words, so I compiled a list of all the ones I could think of. And if someone's already put something like this together, I'd love a link. Feel free to add your own. I'm especially interested in strange, unhealthy, or outdated convictions that aren't just outright bigotry that an elder might still cling to. Ooh. Look at these together. Hope it's not too bright for you guys. Act like a person, not a beast. Convictionless, act without hesitation, laws and never man of God. I'm a fall, good to me, great. Help those in need. Okay, so they're like, I was gonna say paladin style, not necessarily, but it kind of reminds me of a paladin. Like there are just certain ideals that you cling to. That makes sense. You are damned already. There's nothing forbidden to you. That's kind of cool. All eyes must be on me. Aw. Okay. That's fairly interesting. Each character begins with 1 to 3 convictions, human values they attempt to uphold even after death. Oh, vampires are undead, huh? That's crazy. Does turn undead work on them though? Thou shalt not kill. His commandments. His Venus is down there. Obey authority. Okay, buddy. Courage is the highest virtue. Sure. Now let's keep your sworn word. Use it sacred. So I think this. What are touchstones? The troop should assemble. Troop is the party. It's troop. It means party. The player characters, whatever. The troop should assemble a set of chronicle tenets based on anything from genre emulation, dramatic irony to personal taste or real life player concerns. Okay. Remember that tenets only impose normal sanction and degradation of the character when violated. The player might generally risk trauma by playing a story featuring. Well, this is pretty progressive. If a player might generally risk trauma by playing a story featuring a given violation, the storyteller should either avoid that subject or invite the player to join a different troop to explore a different chronicle entirely. Chronicle tenets apply to all player characters in a chronicle. Even if the player character doesn't hold this belief personally, the struggle between a character's individual moral code and that their society forms one of the core stories in human literature. After all. Okay. The chronicle tenets comprise a kind of ethical ground floor so that when and if the characters do become nihilistic serial killers. I don't think this is from the books. I think someone actually made this. Or someone, you know, who doesn't work for World of Darkness. Nihilistic serial killers, it carries a cost. Also, make sure to talk through the chosen tenets in your group so all players understand that what they mean and what kind of actions will consist violation of these tenets. Some sample chronicle tenets as follows: humanist, creative, justice. This is a really cute pentacato. Pentacato. For the string instruments in the song. Never snitch. My god. It's touchstones and stuff, touchstones and convictions. Oh, that's a different. guess I wasn't. Just so that I have the reference. There's no plagiarism around here. Each vampire begins with as many touchstones as convictions. Oh. Seems to represent what you used to value in life. Someone who represents or seems to incarnate one of your convictions. If lost, a conviction is lost as well. Aww. A touchstone must be a living human being. Oh, connecting to the enemy through the inhumane is. At the very least, going the long way around. So, do you just... If you follow this rule system, I guess it's not really a rule system, but if you follow this structure of having convictions and then touchstones tied to those convictions, the human side of your vampirism that you try to cling to and or love, in the case that one of your touchstones do die, do you just gain another conviction and another touchstone to represent that conviction? Because, you know, you're a vampire. You're a vampire. You're gonna live for a very long time. You're definitely gonna outlive a lot of your family members who are still human. So would you just be constantly having new touchstones and convictions? Or say, if it's like kind of like an elven thing, because they usually outlive either their human spouses or human friends, say like, well, I guess that's a pretty heavy topic. I don't want to bring that up. But just say that you have a good friend, you know, they died of old age, but their daughter or granddaughter is very similar to them and still has the pieces of humanity that you loved about that person. Could you transfer that conviction to that new touchstone if you guys have a good relationship? I don't know. I do not know. Very curious. That's definitely not criticism either. I feel like that's one of the few things about this game that I'm okay with not necessarily having a concrete answer for. It's definitely up for interpretation. I just think that's really interesting. And whoever wrote this, I really respect them. We're talking about trauma and stuff. Because, man, I was talking about how early D&D, it was fairly sexist, little xenophobic, mainly sexist. And if you look at D&D now, like just look at the like the communities around D&D, looking at the new player handbook for 5th edition 2024, you definitely see that it's a lot more LGBTQ friendly. But back in the old days, definitely heard stories. Even now today, people still, they're kind of very icky about having a session 0, and a session 0 is like basically a vibe check. Like, okay guys, what type of traumas do you not want to go through in this game? What topics are we allowed to talk about? What topics do you not want to do? Are you okay? Like, what are your limits? Are you okay with like blood or like graphics and stuff? Are you okay with like potentially the death of children in this story, etc., etc.? Are you okay with violence towards particular groups and things along that nature? A session 0 is basically like, okay, let's get all the baggage out the way. What are we doing and what are we not doing? And you know, when that concept was originally pitched to the D&D community, a lot of them saw like, ew, you want to talk about feelings? Not in my game. We're all hardy, super cool people that don't care about what happens in our story. We're the real D&Ders. Like, hey buddy, how about you calm that down? You ever thought of that? But anyway, okay. Next, clan beans. This is fine. Still need to talk about this. Backgrounds, merits, flaws. Haven. Why is Haven even here? Who invited him? Oh my god. I actually just need to look this up. It's definitely already. Well, this is not the right one. Chronicle tenants. My phone did something crazy. I still don't know what this is. What is this? What? Backgrounds, merits, flaws. No Haven? No Haven? Okay. I haven't decided on what I'm playing tomorrow. Because in terms of the schedule, I should be playing either Street Fighter 6 or Castle Crashers. But I could finish playing Hollow Knight, or I could actually finally start Elden Ring. But I'm seriously considering of starting Elden Ring on Tuesday, despite that not being a standard streaming day. Because I do want to make an announcement for Elden Ring, or at least the newer playthrough of Elden Ring. And I could just bite the bullet and play it Monday. Or I can do it how I want to do it, which usually takes a very long time to get situated. Yeah, don't fall into perfectionism, guys. It's not great. The Masquerade. I didn't think this would actually take so long. I actually thought it would be done in like 3 hours. 3 hours and 12 minutes. What time do I stream tomorrow? I think it's supposed to be 1 o'clock. Guaranteed to be streaming at 1 o'clock. Could stream probably an hour or two earlier. Look at my schedule. Yeah, okay. I won't be doing face cam for video games though. Or I guess most games. A scary game, sure, but not Elden Ring or Hollow Knight. It's one of those things where, oh wait, armory? Are you serious? Black Hand, what is this? Player's Guide to the Sabbath. Alright, buddy. First source book to fully describe the Sabbath. Communal Haven is crazy. A group haven for multiple vampires. Oh, you know what? I'd never seen the backgrounds for Changeling the Dreaming. Oh no, I'm thinking of what am I thinking of? Oh, I was thinking of Chimera. That ticks me off. Is there actually an explanation for it? Let me see this real quick. Let me make sure. Chimera. Yeah, it's a magical object. Chimera is just any object, animate or inanimate, from the dreaming or made of the essence of the dreaming. Stray dreams. That's a cool term. Okay, so they do have. Okay, so what bothered me about this is there's this whole thing for your background, which is a pretty important stat in your character sheet. Chimerical items, basically magical items that are, I don't know, they're supposed to be alive, but not at the same time. It's weird, but I never seen the type of chimerical items that you could have. So you can have a familiar, it looks like. What's this? Okay, so animate chimeras are familiar, so then inanimate are just helpful objects. It looks like one of the things is clothes. Chimerical clothing, the most common example, blah blah blah. Changeling may create chimera of various sorts spontaneously during their chrysalis. These items, quotations, are usually distorted dream images from the fledge's past lives or subconscious reflections of their very nature. What does it do though? So yeah, this is my problem with it. It doesn't say what it does. I guess these ones do. Whatever. Back to vampires. What is even a black hand? Shit. They don't need this. I'm gonna put down the ones that I think people would actually care about. So backgrounds. Or this would also be in the PDF. Clan prestige, sure. Because renown in nobility is important in werewolf and changelings, respectively. Communal haven is still a crazy term. Domain, someone might actually really want. Generation, how many generations a kindred is removed from Cain? That's a background? Group of mortals from whom the vampire may regularly feed with relative ease. What's the difference between a herd and a domain? Oh, I guess domain is more like a turf. Bro, you just eating on my turf? On my domain? What's wrong with you, bro? Group of mortals. Okay. That's funny. It's a little redundant, but it's funny. I get it. Prophetic? What is that word? Unique to thin bloods. That's interesting. Retainers, mortal servants. That's cool. Position: how well a vampire is placed in vampiric society. But like, where's it just at? Clan prestige is right there though. There's so much redundancy in this game. Retainers. This drum roll is really throwing me off. The Rite of the Sabbath? What does that mean? I'm not adding that. It's just stuff to look out for when I go through the PDF. Merits? Complete listing of merits and flaws. This side has a pretty cumbersome list. Oops. I started. Oh, sick. So, yeah, Phantom's lit. These are just advantages in general, right? Where are they at, though? Oh, they're tied to clans? No. What? Okay, I do have to read it. Merits and flaws are optional traits that a storyteller may choose to include or prohibit in her chronicle. I think the strangest thing about World of Darkness is I think most of the pronouns that they use are feminine. And I was wondering if I ever seen a point in time where they used he. I mean, I'm down for it. I'm down for it. I feel like, you know, back in the day. That makes me sound old. But definitely around 2000, before most people realized, you know, we should probably use gender neutral terms. And most of the pronouns were he and him. It's fine. It's fine. Like, I don't know. Like, equality is very important. Sometimes revenge is not necessarily revenge, but I don't really know how to explain it. Let's just say revenge. Sometimes revenge is necessary, if that makes sense. In her chronicle, probably use merits and flaws help players create and individualize their characters. Special abilities or advantages that are pertaining to general kindred population, while flaws are liabilities to defenses pose challenges to a character's knightly existence. Added depth and personality. So they don't need these. I'll put optional. Because that will definitely just help me out too. That I don't have to look, or this doesn't have priority. Because I want to finish this by the 25th. Character may take as many merits as the player can afford, but no character may have more than 7 points worth of flaws. That's weird. I feel like this is important. Alright, what we got? Definitely gotta refer to the PDF. I didn't read all that. But I found where I can found it. Ha ha ha. I think flaws are the same thing, yeah. That goes over everything. That little link I had. Then freebie points. Oh my god, I'm finished. I should look at Haven too. Oh, it's not even here. That makes sense, but still. I guess it would be in backgrounds. This is important. Despite it being optional. That's for me to look through later. Memento di Morte. Memory of the Dead? Backgrounds for characters with the necromancy discipline only. Portuguese? I thought it was Latin. If I stream past 12 o'clock, I'm gonna play some Duolingo again. Just for like 5 minutes so I don't have to worry about the streak. But then again, I am gonna be streaming earlier tomorrow, so remember about death. But that's Memento Mori. Okay. How do you even pronounce that? Ooblet? Isn't that a game? Like a game that just came out recently. Secret dungeon within access only through a trap door in its ceiling. Okay. Tripping. Or is it Ooblet? There's a game that came out called Ooblets. Ooblets. About farming, creature collection. I saw the God playing it on Twitch, or Shizzy6 if you're familiar with this music. Because I'm into Pokemon and I know Shofu. And eventually Shofu, or watching Shofu led me to watching Shizzy. I think most of my fan base is built off of Elden Ring and Salt and Sanctuary, but it's weird because like I watch Ouroboros every once in a while, very famous or prominent Elden Ring or From Software in general streamer. And, like, it's just always surprising whenever he plays fighting games. Like, what, guys? I love fighting games. Like, oh yeah, you do. I wonder how many people like feel that about me. Spirit Slays, that's crazy. Like, what? You like Pokemon? Bro, don't you play Dark Souls? Like, yeah. I like Pokemon before I like Dark Souls, brother. That's enough of background on flaws. Alright, we're good here. So that is legitimately about everything. Oh, it actually didn't look at flaws. Was I just looking at flaws and I was tripping? If I don't get sent to it here, I'm not gonna worry about it. No, this is something different. Or I feel like it is. Oh, okay, so it's part of merits and flaws. Or it's part of merits. Okay. This is also optional. Disciplines are really low. Let me look up something real quick. I'm about to run a Vampire the Masquerade game and I'm new to version 5. I have a question about the dice pool for discipline use. Wait, is this version 5 or is it Vampire 5? I guess that would make a little bit more sense. It says vampires at die equal to half their blood potency, round it down to their dice pools to use or resist disciplines. Yeah, it's very contradictory, isn't it, buddy? In contrast, a lot of discipline powers say to add your rating to your dice pool. So if they have a presence of 3, would they be adding 3 die? Blah, blah, blah. Both rules apply, but they don't always apply together. My brother in Christ, what did you just say to me? I guess in this case it would be my brother in Cain, but whatever. You have a discipline power bonus. Hold on, we need to look at this tomfoolery. How do I zoom in? That was not the zoom in button. I don't like how complicated this is, whatever. Both rules apply, but they don't always apply together. We have a discipline power bonus, which is half blood potency value described in the discipline section, and the individual powers may add dice like Daunt or Awe. They are separate additives from separate rules. One from blood point, one from the individual discipline effects, and intersect based on the dice pool being used. This has what? I've never seen this word before in my life. Magic the Gathering? Errata cards? What? I don't care about your AI overview. An error of printing or writing, alright. This has been errataed, meaning this has been errataed in the second printing. If you don't have it, I would go grab the errata from Modifius site. I don't like this word. I feel like this word was created specifically to taunt me. Add your blood potency bonus to all rolls that use the discipline as a trait in a roll, such as resolve plus animalism roll for Sense the Beast as an example, or dice pools that benefit from the discipline adding dice. Just as odd as if something would benefit twice, such as Daunt and Eyes of the Beast adding to intimidation, only apply the bonus once. So let's say you have a BP1 Presence 3 character who has all active duo manipulation plus persuasion contest. They would add 4 die to their base pool, 3 from all's bonus and 1 from the BP bonus. Without all active, they would just be rolling the normal die pool. What is the normal die pool? Do you understand that you haven't answered that question? Well, I guess he did. Let's see the gangrel. Above is using sense to be somebody. Resolve plus animalism plus 2 from dice pool power PP BP PB. On that same gangrel using fortitude. What this tells me. Resolve plus animalism. What was the other one? Because they had 2 examples. Manipulation plus persuasion, resolve plus animalism. I need to slowly move this because I don't want you guys to get blindsided. The color change. But solve. It's resolve. Oh, resolve is this is the other one that we're not using. Why is it still here? Resolve. This is an attribute. In Changeling the Dreaming, because of how poorly, I'll put it over here. Because of how poorly the game explains its mechanics, or at least Changeling the Dreaming's rulebook, it was very difficult to understand if the way to create a dice pool was the art and the realm, the art by itself, the art and the attribute, or the attribute in the realm. I'm not gonna explain that again because that just confused me too. But it looks like in Vampire the Masquerade, their power system disciplines also use the attribute. So it's probably safe to say that in Changeling the Dreaming, you're supposed to use your attribute as well. But still, that is complicated. Not even complicated in the sense of being complicated, just complicated in the fact that it wasn't explained well. Like you actually have to reference an entire different setting or rule system to understand something else retroactively? No, not retroactive, but whatever. Vibe check Kindred culture. Also, I am very jealous of you guys for literally having an entire adaptation of your setting in a TV series. Obviously, you don't have to watch all of this, but I heard it was pretty good. When I get the time to watch it myself, I'll let you know how I feel. How Ryan felt about it. What is this? Who was that back then? Besides this, Vampire the Masquerade and World of Darkness are synonymous in a lot of respects, so there won't be too much trouble finding this setting covered in other media, such as video games or comics. I should still put a vibe check here. Oh, I was supposed to, that's why there's also right there. Good job, Ryan. That's crazy. I don't like how I had that much forethought. I need this right here. Oh, I did have these down here. Oh wait, no, this is new. I don't like how I literally wrote almost exactly what I wrote today. I guess I am me, but still, that's that's a little crazy. Put 5 or 6. And then mechanics overview, which I honestly should delete right now, because I'm definitely going to copy it over from Changeling the Dreaming, or maybe Werewolf the Masquerade, or Werewolf the Apocalypse. What am I confusing those, the subtitles? What's even over here? I might put this at the top, because this looks like it's actually how rolling 10s are supposed to work. Like, I think I can give you guys an example. If I just look up dice roller. Goodness. And then Google should just have a dice roller right here. So take out this D6, put it in a D10. Yeah, you can roll this however many times you want. But basically, if I can try to get it. Or actually, you have mad D10s in World of Darkness. So like the total in D&D, the total matters. This is not D&D. This is World of Darkness. So if I roll this, 50, you would get 55 in D&D, but in World of Darkness, it's let me count the failures first. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 failures, but instead 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 successes, right? And so that's a pretty good number. I think 5 is like universally just you succeed all the way through. But yeah, the name of the game is just having more die to increase the chances of you succeeding on something. And I really do like this system. But say, in the event that you have more failures, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4 versus it's in total 5. So it's definitely not as many. But let me just take these out and cheat, whatever. Take this out too. But say in this event, you guys can probably barely see it. Sorry. But where you have more failures than successes, because I have 2, well, there's 2 d10s, whatever. But because I have 2 ones on a d10, this will be a critical failure or a botched roll, which is basically a critical failure. But say instead of most of the failures and I do succeed, because these are 2 10s, this is like a critical success. Sometimes it's critical success. Other rule sets or other tables, they could use like instead of just a critical success, you just have double the successes. So instead of 4, it would be 6. That's kind of complicated. You guys are good though. It's 11:56. I did go through all of this for Vampire the Masquerade. Definitely need to do that. Good creation. This is right. I added 3. So that's that. To go through that, I should really just focus or hard focus on Vampire the Masquerade and not even look at the 2 until this is finished. Because if I do what I usually do, I'm like, okay, I'm tired of working on Vampire the Masquerade, I'll work on Werewolf of the Apocalypse, I might lose my plays easier. Because this does just need to get done. This is actually mostly finished. Alright, now do I want to do some Foundry VTT stuff? Let me see. I'm pretty sure all of the PDFs I wanted to use are saved somewhere. Let's look at these Vampire the Masquerade videos later. Do I want to look at these videos? Show you guys what we're working with. It's the only updating crate in our world. How many minutes is this all together? Most of these videos are like 8 to 20 minutes. That's not so bad. This one's 2 hours though. Full walkthrough tutorial of Foundry VTT for Pathfinder, D&D, and other RPGs. The rules lawyer. Oh, that seems like a cool guy. Campaign environment, budget tutorial. I should really organize this. I guess I already did. Adding a map and aligning the grid. Creating character tokens and adding players. It's really crazy that we're at part 5, part 6, and there still is no dice rolling. It's right here. Rolling die, lots of ways. Okay. Adding sound to your game. And then after that, I guess I would put overviews. Encounter library, finding, installing, updating modules of NBG. Crow time. Another webtoon just got updated. Today's Sunday. I think Unordinary gets updated on, I think it's Thursdays now. I'm probably tripping. Player's Guide to Foundry, man. Yeah, I guess we're just doing Foundry stuff now. I'm cool with that. I can grab this and put it over here. So that way we can look at it like this. So I'm not going to be streaming for that much longer, but I am going to be chilling for a bit. YouTube, if I don't respond to you guys, then it's because I don't have my head in this direction. I'm looking at this, so. What was that audio spike? I'm scared.
Hello everybody! Since Foundry VTT has been fully released for about 5 months now, I wanted to update some of my earlier
Just 5 months?
videos to reduce confusion and give people a better introduction to Foundry. This basic series is a playlist and will walk you through how to use Foundry as a GM. If you're a player, I've got a player's guide just for you that will be linked in the description. If there's a big update
2K did
to
not
any of
help.
the topics in this playlist, I'll record a new video and replace the old one with it, while leaving the old one up on the channel for posterity. So if you're watching this playlist, you can rest assured that pretty much everything you'll see should still apply to the current version of Foundry, even if it's a bit old.
There's like a little bit of lag in
Be
this
sure to check
audio.
for a pinned comment below each video because I'll
When he
put
speaks.
any important info or changes down there. I also release videos covering what's new in Foundry as big versions are released, so
Oh,
feel free to
there's
watch
an ad
those
here.
as well.
So
if you want to
sad.
get right into downloading and installing Foundry, please feel free to skip to the next chapter using the seek bar. Before doing that, I want to give a quick rundown on Foundry VTT, like how much it costs and how you can use it before we get into the actual installation process. First things first, Foundry VTT is a one-time purchase coming in at $50, and only one person in your group has to buy it. That means a player could buy it for the GM, or the GM could buy it for themselves, or everyone could chip in to purchase a single license, and after that, everyone could connect to it for free. If you run multiple games, or one of your players runs a game on another night, that's no problem because you can have a world for each one of your games. So long as the games don't run at the same time, you're all good as far as the license is concerned. If you want to avoid
Okay, that's
paying for
cool.
hosting, the way it works is that someone in the group runs the Foundry VTT application on their computer. It doesn't even have to be the GM. A player could run it, log into their normal player account, and then the GM can log into their GM account to control everything. Of course, you will only be able to connect to the world when the player is running the application and their computer is on, and you'll have to trust them to not look at the maps and the tokens that you're uploading, but if you have a bad connection and trusted players, this can be a good solution. If you've got multiple GMs in your group, each world can have a different GM, so you can control your world as you see fit. If you're interested in having your game online all the time, then hosting in the cloud is cheap and easy and has the benefit of your game being available to everyone all the time to log in and update things on their character sheet or to review their notes. It's also helpful for people with poor internet connections because they don't have to serve the maps, music, and token art to all of their players like they would if they were running it on their own machine. You can host it on a VPS, AWS, or using a turnkey hosting provider like The Forge, Foundry Server, Molten Hosting, or another host that's on the Foundry partnership list linked down below. These hosts will handle all of the complicated stuff for you for a pretty reasonable fee of about $5 a month. Be sure to check out my video on The Forge, which will also be linked below if you're considering giving it a try. You can buy Foundry at foundryvtt.com and follow along afterwards to get it installed and running. With all that out of the way, let's take a look at downloading and installing Foundry. Once you're logged in on foundryvtt.com, click on your username in the top right of the page. From there, click on Licenses in the left-hand side of the page, download the latest version of Foundry for your system, and copy down your license key. Don't worry if it says pending, that just means that you haven't activated a copy of Foundry with that license key yet. You can download and run the installer now and enter your license key when prompted. One thing to note is that if you're on Windows, you might get a pop-up saying, Windows protected your PC, without any option to continue. Tap the More Info link in the window and click Run Anyway. After opening the program, you'll be greeted with Foundry's main window, which consists of the Game Worlds, Game Systems, Add-on Modules, Configuration, and Update Software tabs. Before we can really get going with creating our world, though, there's two things we should do. Let's go to the Configuration screen and enter an administrator password. This makes it so you have to enter a password before Foundry will let you start a game and can help prevent someone from launching a world when you don't want them to. Lastly, we'll want to take a look at the User Data Path field. That's a scary name, but it just tells us where all of Foundry's data will be stored, like our worlds, users, maps, etc. So knowing where that is and how to get there will be a special tool that helps us later. On Windows, you can also right-click on your Foundry icon in the start bar and select
Dang, will I dock something by accident? It's not showing anything here. Give me 1 second. Let me take this off. Double check. Because I need to find the configuration and setup. Maybe if I return to setup. Then what would the setting be? Okay, and that's just where. I think I'm doing this out, but not really. But not really.
Browse User Data to open right up to it. On a Mac, you can open Finder, click on Go in the top menu, then Go to Folder, and you can paste in the user data path and then press the Go button to access it. To save the password we just set, we'll need to click Save Changes and accept that Foundry will close, and then we can reopen it. Enter our administrator password for the first time, and then we can keep going. Next up on our to-do list is to install a game system that Foundry can use to understand our world. We'll be using Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition because that's what I play, but there are systems for a bunch of other games like Pathfinder, Shadowrun, Fate, and more. We can take a look at all of them by going to the Game Systems tab and hitting Install System. You can scroll through the list or start typing up here to find your system quickly. I'll also have a link to Foundry supported systems in the description. Now it's time to jump back to the Game Worlds tab. Down here we can see that we've got an Install World and a Create World button. The Install World button gives us the ability to install pre-made worlds in Foundry that are configured with everything you need to run a specific adventure. Currently there are options for Clash of the Cobalt Cauldron and The Secret of the Poor Veneer. Let's close this window though and finally hit Create World. We'll get a new window where we can enter our world title. The world title can be whatever we want and can
They got
include
Daggerheart?
places and
That's
all kinds of
crazy.
fancy characters.
Daggerheart
The
just
data
came
path
out.
field, though, will be used in the URL structure of the game. So we want to use basic
It's
text characters here
basically
and place spaces with dashes. Choose your game
D&D inspired TTRPG, but more set on difficult combat. So yeah.
system, which in my case is the Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, and that's all you have to set to be able to create your world. If you're curious about the other settings though, the background image field will let you set a background image for the page that your players will see when they're logging into your game. You can also set when your next session is as a friendly reminder to your players, though it won't actually do anything or stop them from canceling at the last minute. If you're like me, you'll also enter a long-winded world description that people aren't really interested in. Now, just smash that Create World button and we're good to go.
I'm
You
sorry.
can always go back and edit
That
those
was really
settings other
funny.
than the game system and data path fields at least by clicking Edit World. You'll see that now there's a Reset Active Modules checkbox, which will deactivate any modules that you've got running in your world if they're causing you trouble. You can also reset your user access keys, which will get rid of your players' passwords in case they forget them. We'll leave that be for now since we don't have any users or modules, and hit Update World, and we can now launch our world by clicking the Launch World button. Now that we've configured Foundry VTT, installed our game system, and created our world, it's almost time to actually join it. Before we do that, we can see our list of players and enter an access key for the selected user. We're the game master, but there's no access key set by default, so we can leave it blank. Then we've got the game details section that shows when our next session is and how many current players are connected, as well as our world description over here. Then there's the Return to Setup button. If we enter our administrator password from earlier, we can then click Return to Setup to quickly get back to our main screen. This password will prevent our players from being able to get back to the setup screen and changing our settings. Now let's go to Select Player and click Game Master. Like I said, there's no access key necessary because we haven't set one for the Game Master account yet. The administrator password we set up earlier is different and is for protecting the Foundry application, not our specific user. Then hit Join Game Session and we're in. If you want to get back to your login screen or your setup screen, you can navigate to the last tab in the right-hand sidebar and click Log Out at the bottom or Return to Setup. We'll click Return to Setup so we can take a look at the Update Software tab now. Over here, we can select the kind of software updates we want to get. Let's leave it as stable and leave the beta testing up to other people. You can click Check for Update to see if there's any new versions, and if there is, you'll get a window telling you about what the new features are and which you can accept and then install the update. If we jump to the Game Systems tab,
Definitely not this. How do you get there?
we can also easily check for tab in the right hand, and we're in. If you want to get back to your login screen or your setup screen, you can navigate to the last tab in the right-hand sidebar and click Log Out at the bottom or Return to Setup. We'll click Return to Setup so we can take a look at the Update Software tab now. Over here, we can select the kind of software updates we want to get. Let's leave it as stable and leave the beta testing up to other people. You can click Check for Update to see if there's any new versions, and if
did anything pop up though?
And leave the beta now. Over here, we can select the kind of software updates we want to get. Let's leave it as stable and leave the beta testing.
Okay. So if I just go here. Okay. Update software. Check for updates. Foundry VTT serverless is available but cannot be installed from within the Foundry VTT because it's included in a new electronic virtual can what? Okay. I need to put in my password and stuff, man. I forgot it. I definitely forgot. I gotta reset it.
Testing up to other people. You can click Check for Update to see if there's any new versions, and if there is, you'll get a window telling you about what the new features are and which you can accept and then install the update. If we jump to the Game Systems tab, we can also easily check for updates for it, and if we had any modules installed, we could do the same for them. That should cover just about everything that you should know about
Oh, he's using Streamlabs.
In the next video, we're going to go over creating
in Dungeon Draft
adding a map,
in the
and
bottom
setting up
left.
the grid. So I'll see you in the next one. Hello everybody! Now that we have Foundry VTT installed and configured with a world setup, we can get to the best use case of a virtual tabletop, which is displaying maps. All maps in Foundry are called scenes. Scenes contain a map, tokens from your players to the innocent townspeople that they will murder hobo, lights, journal entries, weather effects, etc. But we're not going to bother with all of that right now. Let's start simple by taking a look at what's in the Scenes tab in the right-hand sidebar, which is this tab right here. You can click the Create Scene button to start making a scene, or the Create Folder button to make folders that you can organize your scenes in. There's also a search field for finding a scene quickly, and this button will collapse any open folders that you have. Since we don't have any though, it's not going to help us much. Let's fix that. Go ahead and hit Create Scene. Let's name our scene The Docks. Now there's a bunch of options in this window, and it might look intimidating, but it's really not bad at all. Let's run through what each part does. First is the scene name. This is the name of your scene and will be how it's identified in the Scenes tab and in the navigation bar.
Why is his so... Oh, okay. It looks like my version separates them. Which I guess is nice. See the grid, basics, lighting, ambience. Alright, buddy, what are we doing?
When you're switching between scenes, which we'll cover later, don't worry. Accessibility. This controls whether the scene should be added to the navigation bar up here when we save it, and the drop-down controls who can see the scene when it's in the navigation bar. By default, only the GM can see it, but you can change it to be visible to your players as well. The navigation name setting is just the name of your scene in the navigation bar. You may want to name your scene Vecna's Lair, but want your players to see it as The Spooky Place. This can help with that. Then we've got the background image. This is where you'll add your map. You can click the icon to the right to navigate your folders and upload your map now. I like to put them within the scenes directory of my current world, like so. Then there's the width/height. This is the width and height of your image. It will be determined automatically, but you can override it with your own settings if you want to stretch or shrink the map. The padding percentage field controls
Scene dimension by background image. I guess it's because there isn't an image to put here. Oh no, it's right here. Initial view position. No, that's initial view position. There's no width or height. I guess that makes sense. Oh no, it's right here. That's fine, man.
Controls how much empty space there should be around your map.
Oh,
where
then
you
the
might,
grid type. That's
stage
nice.
tokens or place your players before they enter a
Legit,
dungeon.
I prefer
The
squares.
background color field
A
changes
lot of
the color of
people,
the background and that
not most
impacted
people, but a
area.
lot of people prefer
Now we can look at the
hexagonals.
grid. The grid type
I
lets
don't
you
get
choose
it,
from a
but
number
y'all
of
do
different
you.
options like gridless, square, or hexagonal. We don't judge here. You can use the icon to the right of the dropdown to resize the grid to match your map, which we'll take a look at in a moment. Then we can set the grid size. This is looking for the pixels per inch of your grid, or to put it simply, how many pixels wide each square is. If you don't know, you'll have to eyeball it using the grid alignment tool that we'll look at in a moment. Common values are 50, 70, and 100 though. If your grid squares are longer horizontally or vertically, you can use the offset background values here to adjust for that. Next up is grid scale. This is referring to the unit of measurement for the grid. Since we're using D&D 5th edition, feet is correct, and the distance should be 5 because each square is 5 feet. You can also control the color and opacity of the grid lines using the grid color and grid opacity settings.
That's neat.
Now we can take a look at vision and lighting. When token vision is enabled, your players can only see within their line of sight, and their vision is blocked by a lack of light, walls, and other objects. With it turned off, they can see the entire map regardless of walls in the way. This is good for theater of the mind moments with mood images or a starting splash screen before you get into the session. When you turn on global illumination, it means that every part of your map is well lit, and the only thing that will block your player's vision are things like walls and other obstructions. We'll look more at this in the global illumination threshold setting in the lighting and vision video later. We'll also cover fog exploration in more detail, but for now what it means is that anything outside of a token's line of sight will be black until they have moved through it once, or the area is well lit and there are no
fog
walls
of
in the way.
war.
Then, as they move out of the area, it will remain revealed, but they won't be able to see what's happening once their line of sight is blocked. If you want a simpler fog of war solution, then be sure to check out my video on Simple Fog, which will give you a Roll20 style fog of war that you can brush away. The darkness level applies a dark tint over your map so that it looks more like nighttime. It also works with the global illumination threshold, but we'll look at that in the lighting video. Now we can take a look at the ambience and atmosphere settings. The first is the journal notes option. We'll look at journals more in another video, but they're basically image and text notes that you can name, place on maps, and show to players as well as review yourself. By setting a journal note here, when you right-click on a scene, you'll be able to view its journal note quickly. You can also set an audio playlist that will play automatically when you switch to this scene, which is great for setting the mood. There's a number of built-in weather effects that can be used to set the mood as well. You can always get more effects through modules too. Lastly is the initial view position. This sounds complex, but it basically just controls where on the map your player's view will be set when you activate the scene. You can zoom into a specific area of the map and press this button to the far right, and it will make it so when your players load in, they'll see that part of the map first. Once you've set your scene name, background image, and grid info, we can go ahead and hit Save Changes, and ta-da! Our map is visible. Finally, you'll just want to make sure that your grid aligns with the grid that is already on your map, if there is one. If there's not, you can just do a spot check to make sure it seems logical how big each square is, keeping in mind, at least in the D&D 5th edition, each square should represent about 5 feet. If you have a map where the grid doesn't line up, or where you don't know the pixels per inch, then there's a few options that we can try. You'll want to make sure that you have a scene where the map is already added so you can see your changes as you make them. I'll use this map, which already has a grid, and we can see that Foundry's grid is not properly aligned on top of it. Let's get to it. Open the Scene Configuration options by double-clicking on the scene you want to edit in the Scenes tab, or by right-clicking and selecting Configure Scene. If your map image already has a grid on it, then try counting the number of squares either horizontally or vertically, and then dividing the width or height by the number of squares, depending on which way you counted. If your squares are all the same width and height like they should be, that should get you the pixels per inch. In my case, that's 70. I'll set the grid size to 70, and it's working. If arithmetic hurt you when you were a kid, though, we can skip that basic division and use the grid alignment tool by clicking this ruler right next to our grid type. I'm going to change the grid size to make it incorrect again by setting it to 100. Foundry's grid is now a bright red so we can see it easily, and if we zoom in, we can tell that the grid is a bit too big. We can control the grid by changing the background image scale by holding shift and scrolling, or just entering a value which will make the background image bigger. But it's probably better to just adjust the grid size value down here by pressing the Alt key and scrolling or entering a value. We can also offset the grid to the left or right or top or bottom with the arrow keys. Let's stick with the grid size for now though. As we noted earlier, Foundry's grid seems to be too big, so let's try decreasing it from 100 to 80. If you type in the number, be sure to click onto a different field so that the map will update in the background. If you use the scroll wheel though, you'll see the grid now seems to be in a totally different position, and it's hard to tell if it fits or if it's still too big. That's because the map no longer starts at the top left of one of the grid squares. There's an easy way to fix that. I like to just increase and then decrease the background image scale by holding shift and scrolling up one and then scrolling down one. This repositions the map and makes it much more clear if we still need to do anything. Now that we've done that, it's clear that the map is still a bit too big, so let's keep going down to 70. Do the same scrolling trick again, and we're good. We can now hit Commit Changes, and our map's grid will now be perfectly aligned. That should cover everything that you need to know about importing maps and aligning your grid. Next up, we're going to take a new look at creating tokens, the character sheet, and adding our players to the game. Thanks for sticking around, and I'll see you in the next one.
It's past 4 hours.
This is the new.
Let's see. What? We just okay.
Hello everybody. In the last video we set up our map, and now we can start setting up our players, their characters, and tokens that will represent them on the map.
I'll watch these last two videos, part 4.
In the right-hand sidebar, change over to the Actors tab, which
We'll
is the
continue
fourth
this
option
another
on the left,
time.
and then click Create Character at the top and enter in a character name. We're going with Dwarfy McDwarfface. You'll notice that there is also a type dropdown that will vary based on what your system allows. The D&D 5e system provides character, NPC, and vehicle options. NPC and character sheets are pretty similar other than a few differences like a challenge rating instead of a level, a different inventory system, and a handful of other things that we'll take a
sick.
look at
This
later.
is so intuitive.
Vehicles are similar but also provide a cargo and crew tab. And
hold on, buddy. What? Oh, heck yeah. What's this? Oh, they even have expertise. Okay, so it's proficient, half proficient, so like bard stuff. That's cool. Because I was really upset that Roll20 didn't have it. What is this? Proficient. Oh, saving throw proficiency. What type of wisdom check? Oh, and it is like Roll20 to where you can click on the ability and it does it for you. Oh my gosh. This whole thing. Oh, sick. It's 17. Okay, that's cool.
And your system may provide other options as well. For now, let's just leave it as character. Hit Create Actor, and we should be good to go. Let's close the character sheet for now and drag your actor onto the map, and you'll see its token appear, which is set to the Mystery Man icon by default. You can move this around, double-click on it to see its character sheet, and a lot more that we'll look at later. Before we get too far, though, let's learn what an actor is in Foundry. An actor is just about every creature that exists in your world, from hero to monster. It's the combination of stat block, inventory, token, spells, and actions that your system says every creature should have. One important thing to remember is that the actor also contains all the settings for its token, but there's one kind of tricky bit to that, and that's the difference between the prototype token settings and the token settings. To see what that means, double-click on your token, and you'll see at the top an option for Sheet and another option for Token Settings. Now close it and go over to the Actors directory and double-click on your actor there. Now at the top of the sheet, we'll see a Sheet and a Prototype Token option. Think of Prototype Token settings as the blueprint for the token. So whatever settings you enter here, like changing the display name drop-down to Always for Everyone, means that whenever you drag this token out onto the map like this, it will have those settings by default. Changing the prototype token settings doesn't change tokens that are already on the map, though. As you can see, our previously placed token is not displaying its name. Which brings us to token settings. Token settings are specific to the token as it is already on the map. So we can have the same token on the map with different settings if we change them by double-clicking on the token and then going to its token settings. This is super useful. Imagine you had a commoner actor and you dragged a dozen or so of them out onto the scene. You can now open their token settings and give them all unique names while not having to have a dozen different commoner actors polluting your sidebar. Now that we know what prototype token settings do, let's see what those settings actually are. Click on Prototype Token Settings at the top of the character sheet, and you'll see the following tabs: Character, Image, Position, Vision, and Resources. Now keep in mind that because we're in the Prototype Token Settings, all of these settings will be the default for all tokens created from this actor because we're changing the blueprint right now. All of these settings are also available in the Token Settings as well. Let's look at all these settings, starting with the Character tab. The token name is the name that will appear for the token if names are visible, and it can be anything that you'd like. The display name setting controls who can see your token's name. The options are never displayed, when controlled, which means that the name will display only to a person who can control the token when they actively have it selected. Hovered by owner means the name will display whenever someone that owns the token hovers over it, and only to that person, and we'll go over token ownership later. Hovered by anyone means the name will display on hover to anyone. Always for owner means it will display to anyone who owns the token at all times. And always for everyone means it will always display to everyone. The representative actor setting controls what actor this token represents.
It's such a small little thing, but that's really cool.
And this will be set for you automatically. If you ever want to change it, though, you can. The link actor data setting can be a little confusing at first. The actor data is basically everything in the character sheet. If you have it checked, that means that any change made in the character sheet will also be visible in the actor's character sheet. So if I go to this other token and reduce its health by 5, and then check its character sheet in the actors tab, it will be reduced there as well. If I check this other copy of the token, I'll see its health reduced there as well. This is good for any character that should carry its character sheet to a new scene, so things like your player characters or a recurring foe. For our commoner example from earlier, we would want to uncheck this because each of our commoners should have their own health pool, but aren't really important enough to have their own actors. Thankfully for characters, it is checked by default, and for NPCs, it is unchecked by default, so you can drag a dozen kobolds out and not worry about their health getting mixed up. The token disposition dropdown controls the color of the border around a token when you hover over them and represents how this token views the party. It doesn't really impact anything though, so you can mostly ignore it. Let's jump over to the image tab now, where we can take a look at the settings for our token's image and size. The token image path is a file picker that lets you select an image or upload one to serve as the image representing your token on the map. You can navigate through all your folders here and create new ones with the plus button right here. You can also change how the files are displayed with these 4 buttons. The randomize wildcard images setting is useful if you have a directory of images, and each time you drag out a token, you want it to have a different image like our commoners example earlier. You can use an asterisk to represent a wildcard search, and each time you place a token, it will randomly select an image from that directory. The width and height settings control how many grid units wide or tall the token should be. The default and most common will be 1, but larger creatures might take up more space. Scale lets you change the width and height of the token to be bigger or smaller. Mirror image horizontally will flip the token horizontally, and mirror image vertically will flip it vertically. Lastly, there's the tint color option, which lets you add a tint to your token, which can be fun if a token is poisoned or covered in some kind of muck. Let's go to the position
But like, what's
tab
the
now.
point of
These
having
fields will
a
almost
width and a
never
height
be
and a
changed
scale?
manually or paid attention to at all, but let's go over them real quick. The X and Y coordinate just represents where your token is on the X or Y coordinate of the scene. Elevation, this describes where your token is in terms of elevation, but does not actually change anything and is just for notes and for modules to make use of. Rotation details how much the token is rotated, which can be done by holding Shift or Control and scrolling. And lock rotation prevents the token from rotating. Vision in Foundry is super important because it controls what your players will be able to see. So this tab is critical and can be a little complicated. First off, here's how vision works in Foundry. When you first create a scene, there are no lights to make things visible, unless you've turned on global illumination, and no walls to block your line of sight. Since there are no lights, it is dark. That means unless you have dark vision, you can't see anything. So how would we give our token dark vision? That's where the dim vision and bright vision settings come in. They control how well your character can see in darkness. Since dark vision lets you see 60 feet out as if it were dim light, we'll go ahead and set dim vision to 60. We don't have any bright vision because in the dark with normal dark vision, you can't see anything as if it were in bright light. If you had a warlock invocation like Devil's Sight, however, you can see in darkness as if it were bright light out to 120 feet, so we would set our bright vision to 120. If you're a race with no dark vision, you would set both to 0, and you won't be able to see past your token when in darkness. The sight angle setting controls in what direction you can see. By default, it's 360 degrees around you, but you can reduce it to 180 to see just the direction your token is facing, or any other value. The dim light and bright light radius settings are similar to dim vision and bright vision, but they control how much light you're emitting. The difference is that other tokens will be able to see light that you're emitting. This is useful for things like torches. With a normal torch, you would set your dim light to 40 feet and your bright light to 20 feet, which will brighten the area around you and allow other tokens to see as well. You can also change the emission angle, which controls in which direction your light is going, in case you have a directional lantern or something like that. You can also change the light color, how intense it is, and add an animation type like a torch flicker. You can then also tweak the animation speed and intensity. There's a whole video on lighting coming up soon though, so we won't go over all of these options in detail. Lastly, we have the Resources tab. In Foundry, you can have a bar above and below your token, which will each track a different resource if you want it to. First off, you can control who can see the bars with the Display Bars setting. It has the same options as the Display Name option under the Character tab, so I won't go through all of that again. The bar 1 attribute is the attribute that represents that the bar represents. There are too many options to list here, but common options are HP, specific spell slot levels, XP, etc. Bar 1 data contains the current and maximum values from the bar 1 attribute that you selected. It's the same thing for the bar 2 attributes and its data. There's one last part of the prototype token settings we should go over, and that's what this Assign Token button does.
That's so red.
This one is a little confusing, but let's see if we can break it down simply. First off, it's only available in the prototype token settings, and it takes the values of a selected token and replaces the current values with them. Let me repeat that how you would actually use it. Let's say you placed a token on the map for a bandit and you made some changes to its token settings, not the prototype token settings, mind you, and you realized that you wanted that to be the new default. You could click onto that token to control it, and then go to the actors directory and open the actor whose settings you want to replace, and go to their prototype token settings and click Assign Token. You can see that the values we changed in the bandit are changed here as well. Then, of course, there's also the Update Token button, which just saves the changes that you've made. Now that we've gone through the extensive explanation of character and token creation settings, we can finally add a player and assign them to a character that they can control. To do that, we'll need to open the Configure Players menu by clicking on the gear icon to access the Game Settings tab in the right-hand sidebar and choose the Configure Players option. This will open a new menu where we can add player names using the Create Additional User buttons, passwords called an access key, and give them a user role with this dropdown. Unless you want your players to have advanced permissions, you should be good to leave them at the player level. We'll go over different permission levels in another video, as this one is long enough. Once you've added your players, you can press Save and Return. Now we can go back to the Actor tab in the right-hand sidebar and find the actor we want to give the player control over. Right-click on the actor and click Configure Permission. In the new window, you can give a permission to all players or just a specific player.
That's
The
actually
options
really
are
cool
none,
because
limited, which makes it so players can
say
see the actor
there's a
in the
player that's a
sidebar and some limited
ranger,
information about it,
you
but
can make
can't
an actor
control
for
it.
their little
Observer,
summon
which does
too.
all of the prior stuff, but also lets the player see their character sheet and see what that token can see, but it doesn't let them move it around. And the owner permission lets someone do all of the prior stuff, but also move the token and make changes to its character sheet. The default option will just use whatever setting is set for all players. That's it. You did it. It was a bit of a slog to get here, but this should cover everything that you need to know about actors and their tokens. Next up, we're going to start adding walls, doors, windows, and more to our map, so I'll see you in the next one.
Because all of the maps are just images,
Hello,
it might
everybody.
be, it's definitely really helpful to
players added, and
make
some
walls
tokens
by
on scene that
yourselves,
can look
or
around,
just know how
but
to make
there's
them.
a problem. They can see everything on the map. Let's fix that now by going over how to add walls, the different types and what they do, and a few things that will make walling your maps easier. Let's get started. First off, we need to go to the left-hand side of the screen and change to the Wall tool, which is the one with the fancy columns. This is where all the tools we'll be using in this video are located. The Draw Walls tool is highlighted, and if we click and drag anywhere, we can place our first wall. We could keep doing this, but most of the time you'll want to place a number of walls that are all connected to each other. To do that, press and hold Control or Command on a Mac, and drag to start your first line. Then it's as simple as clicking where you want each new point to be and releasing Control, or Command if you're on a Mac, before your last click to end the wall. If you want to reposition part of a wall, all you have to do is click on its vertex and drag it to where you want it to be. These simple walls block vision and movement, but sometimes you want players to be able to see through a wall but not move through it, like with a window. That's where the Window tool comes in. Somewhat confusingly, it's an eye with a line through it, which you would think might mean you can't see through it, but that is not the case. If we change over to the Window tool and drag out segments for the windows and move our token to them, we'll see that we can see through the window but not move through it, just as expected. What if you want your players to be able to move through a wall but not see through it, like some kind of secret entrance or magical wall? That's where ethereal walls come in. You can make them with this mask icon over here. With it selected, we can mark off this area with ethereal walls, and then when we look through it as our token, after resetting Fog of War, we can't see through the walls, but if we try to move through them, it's like platform 9 3/4, and we're on the other side. Being able to move through walls
It's like the equivalent of being
most of the time people try to do that
30
with
years
doors,
old,
and Foundry has your back here too.
and
If we change
someone
over to the door icon, it will
made the
unsurprisingly let us add doors
perfect
to our scene. I'll mark a
sponge
door
for
right
doing
here,
dishes.
and when we check it out with our token, we'll see this
Like,
door
there's just a
icon,
lot of
which
stuff
we can
that's
click
really
on,
convenient,
will
and it's
open
making me
allow our
happy.
token to move through. If, as the DM, you want to prevent your players from opening a door, you can right-click on it to lock it. Then, when a player tries to open the door, they'll hear a rattling sound, and you can smugly tell them that the door is, in fact, locked. If locked doors aren't enough for you and you want to have hidden doors, there's a tool for that as well. The little incognito icon here represents the Secret Door tool. With it selected, we can draw out a secret door, and when we check it out as our token, it looks just like a normal wall, which you can tell your players about if they manage to find it with an investigation check or by some other means. There's one last type of wall that we haven't covered, and it's terrain walls, which are represented by this mountain icon. Terrain walls are great because they let you see what's within the walls, but not what's beyond them. That's a little bit hard to understand, so let's take a look at an example. I'm just going to put terrain walls around this part of the map, and then bring our token over here to look at it. We can see the object, but not past it. This is great for a lot of environmental features like stones, columns, buildings, and helps make your maps look better by letting your players actually see them. Here's where it gets a little crazy. What if you want some combination of all of those things? Or if you want one-way walls that you can see out of but not into, or to block movement one way but not another? You can do all of that too. You can click on any wall segment to open its configuration menu. Here, you can set movement restrictions to be on or off with the movement restriction setting. You can set perception restrictions to none for a window, normal for a wall, or limited for a terrain wall. Then you can set the wall direction, which is a funny way of saying in what direction should those restrictions apply. Whether that's both to the left or to the right, then there's the also funnily named is door setting, which can be set to none for not a door, door if it is a door, or secret if it is a secret door. If it is a door, you can also set its door state to closed, open, or locked. Now, that's a lot of super cool wall facts, and I'm sure you're dying for more. I've got a few more bits of information to share that will hopefully be useful. First is this tool up here, which lets you select walls. You can click and drag to highlight a bunch of walls and then move them, or double click on one of their vertices.
Yeah, because it's like
and change
making a
all of their
cliff.
settings to whatever you choose at once. Second is this clone icon down here. When you have it selected, whatever the last wall configuration you set up was, it will keep making more of it. So if you make a wall that is limited perception in one direction and is also for some reason a door, you can change this tool and draw out a whole bunch more walls with that same configuration. Thirdly, we've got this plus icon here that is a translucent purple. If we click it, it will toggle on and make it so that our walls snap to the grid. As you can see, even if I start here in the center, it will bring my wall to the closest part of the grid that it lines up to. Finally, we've got the trash can, which will take all of our well-placed walls and delete them. If you accidentally hit this key, there is a lifeline though. You can press Ctrl-Z to undo it, and it should bring your walls back so long as you haven't done something else beforehand. That's all of the basics for walls and token line of sight. Next up, we're going to take a look at lighting.
No, I do want to hear more wall facts. Lighting? Nah. Alright. My goodness. Yeah, that's enough D&D for today. Hold on. Let me see if there's anyone I may want to rate potentially. Look at this. KP. KP school. Alright, I'm gonna rate educated KP. She's a really cool gal. Very comfy vibes, I feel. Not as comfy as mine though. But yeah, we're gonna show her some support. Appreciate you guys for supporting me, supporting the stream and stuff like that. Oh my gosh. But trying to get this rake in there. I think I got her. Okay. Thank you guys for your love and support. Supporting the stream, supporting the VOD. But it's time for me to bid you adieu, farewell, sayonara, hasta la vista, hasta luego, arrivederci. All the goodbyes, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. But until then, as usual, love you and peace.